is Gamer 1745, and what is going on in America right now? And it's a lot that's going on in America right now. I know I sounded a little bit like Kamala Harris repeating myself here with that sort of a statement, but yes, there is an election. And we'll get to some of the details here very, very soon. And I may be joined by some friends here in a bit. Just type this in. This is a very consequential election. This election and what comes out is not just going to be affecting the U.S., it's going to be affecting the world, and I will talk a bit about that. I don't know how long this live stream will go, as I'm not sure, what all the interest is going to be in it. Let's see. I'm just checking out, seeing how the stream is going here, stream-wise, technical, bit rate, that type of thing. Okay. Oh, and I need to open that up so that I can see your chats easily. Here we are. Let's open up that because I do want to see your input during the live stream here. Right. Okay, everyone. When I say we, because I meet everyone on this planet, is at a crossroads right now. And there is so much propaganda I hear out there. And I don't think people understand what the stakes are being played for right now. It's not just who's going to be the president. It's not like in the past. They're going to be a Democrat or a Republican. When you openly have one side of the election that Ari, why don't you jump into the GHQ? You don't know how to spell gamer either, but yeah. Because you're welcome to join if you wish. That okay, Jamnuska is here. I'm a Canuck, so take it for what it's worth. The funniest thing I read today was the winner of the election was the U.S. debt. Well, see, this is. I was talking to some friend of mine here a few hours ago, and he agreed that this is a very, very hello, Challenge Boys. Very, very important, and we will get to some of the details. I do have prepared here some screens that we will be looking at. Who's winning, what states and things. We will be looking at that, and that is very important. But I'm just trying to the gravity of what's going on. We have the we have the pro-centralization of power group, the group that is trying to save. Hey, Ari, you can jump into GHQ if you want to quit typing and talk. I'd love to have you there. Hey, ZZ. I'm in a call with some pals right now. We are watching the thing running hard. Total Trump win is seeming. Yes. And which will be good. But I'm trying to get to you, the Democratic Party, to save democracy, staged a coup. I don't mean, and I mean against Biden. They staged a coup. Now, and I because that's what the title of this stream, hey, Ari,
Hello.
the title of this stream, what's going on in America, and it's not. I mean, the election is the battle that's happening at this moment, but what is going on in America? When they say they're trying to save our democracy, I think you can interpret, and I think both ways are potentially correct, but you can interpret that as we are trying to save our people's democracy, as in a communist type state democracy, as in a one-party state democracy. But I also think that when they say they're trying to save the democracy, they are talking about save our bureaucratic state. And I think both of those are true. And that's on one side. On the other side, you have a coalition now of conservatives like Ted Cruz and these other conservatives out there, and a lot of mainstream Republican politicians out there as well. And then you also have liberals, leftists like Tulsi Gabbard, who ran for president 4 years ago, failed in the Democratic primary, but was a congresswoman from Hawaii. You have Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who was the main Democrat running against Biden initially until he got through the party, forced him out, and when he was running as an independent, has joined with Trump. You have also now Ron Paul. He's a doctor, but also was a very long-term congressman from Texas, whose nickname was Dr. No. That's why we need to mention that he was a doctor, because basically he just voted no on everything, just almost literally everything, because he is a rather extreme libertarian. His son currently is in the Senate, Rand Paul.
The best senator in Kentucky.
Right. And so, yeah, I'll grant Harry that he's the best senator in Kentucky. Yes, of the two. So, and so he is now on board with Trump. Trump is, and we'll get to some of the chats here, and I don't know how many names I should say. Well, I guess screen names from the Discord server. Crispin, who has a child in school in Europe, I don't want to go more than that, had a teacher saying how terrible, how awful Trump is. Trump is an old school New York Democrat. That's what he is at heart. He's an old school New York Democrat. He is not a conservative. He is not a right winger. He pledged to put judges in to overturn Roe v. Wade, and he did that. And then he's come out and said very, very clearly he will not sign, he will veto any abortion ban law that comes before him, and I think he means it. He says it's up to the state, because as president, you would only be a national one. So if any state wants to ban it, fine. If the state doesn't want to, it's fine with him. He is not trying to impose some sort of, hey, Eric, some sort of right wing. And Admiral Teague's here. Hail. He is not trying to impose some sort of fascist totalitarian government, and the stuff that Trump is likely to do on sort of presidential order type actions will be to slash government departments, not go after, thank you so much, Admiral Teague. And Admiral Teague super chatted, thank you. A rainbow art behind the scenes, yes. And if you want to join in, Admiral Teague, I think you have our Discord link. If not, I'll post it.
I'll give it a post.
Okay, area over on there. If you want to join in, love to have you join in the chat.
Yeah. Everyone's welcome to join and get in the VC to chat about the election.
Yes, and this is a group participation.
And I will say, me and my boys, we've been watching closely, and it's been absolutely insane. Florida went up like 6% from the last election, 13% lead for Trump. Texas is much the same. And you got these Democrats states that were up like nearly 20% in the last election, like New Jersey. It's 6%. Like in New York, it is, let's see, New York is still high, don't get me wrong, but like that's just 14%. Like last election, it was up 20%. It's still like 6% down.
Trump isn't winning New York, but his percentages are much closer. Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
And me and my friends, we are actually guessing. We're like, it feels weird to say, but we are kind of believing that Trump might win the popular vote, which he'd be the first Republican to do so in like 20 years if he does.
Yeah, and that would be remarkable if he does.
But right now, like he is up by like 6 million on the popular vote scale. When California,
you haven't got California and the westernmost states in.
Yeah,
yet.
but
so it's what we're facing here is a big direction shift for America, one direction or another. So we have a coalition of everybody against the communists, basically. And if they're not communists, I would agree that they really aren't communists in the classic Marxist sense. The closest thing I would describe the powers behind, now I'm not talking about the average voters, but the powers behind the Democratic machine right now are neo-fascists that and there's two main differences between them and the old school fascists. One, they're not nationalistic. Fascists generally were super nationalistic. And two, they don't have any cool uniforms or parades. So they're sort of boring fascists, So yeah, and so like as Ari was saying, let's take a quick look here at the current. Refresh this. Okay, so California, they've come in and called California and Washington, and that Oregon will also go to Kamala Harris. And so we really don't care so much about the progress from the left of this chart towards 270. We care about the Trump's progress from the other side. And I was sort of kind of, was it ZZ, I think, was saying when I was talking the other day that I thought Virginia was in play. And look at Virginia. Yeah, Kamala Harris is up 2 points.
Oh, yeah. Me and my friends were talking about Virginia a lot. Like, that is, like, insane how close Virginia is. 2% is absolutely ridiculous. And, like, if you look, like, we're on New York Times, like, the interactive map.
Yeah,
and
they got, like, right now. Yeah,
and they got the shift. And you look at the shift, it's like 6 points, 7 points, 5 points. Like, it's just so much shifting to the right. Like,
yes.
It's insane.
And what I don't know, I'm not a because we can see it's 82% still not reporting in here, but it's what counties, because we can hover over some of these, 95%, and so that's reported in this one in Augusta County, and it's mostly for
You're breaking
Trump.
Up bad game. I don't know if it's just me or if you're not, but
what was that, Ari?
Oh, am I breaking up bad?
No, you're not. You're clear.
Oh, well, you sound like real robotically on my end, gamer. I don't know if that's just me.
That's not. Yeah, I think that's you.
Oh yeah, that's me. That's me.
So yeah, and so it depends on what areas that are still to report in Virginia that could turn it, because there might be areas that are still the 18% to report. They might be heavily Democratic areas, and we'll turn it that way. So, but it's definitely an in-play state here. And I was talking earlier, when will we know about this election? It could be tonight, people. It could be, or it could be a week away. It depends on how close we're gonna get. But
I'm looking at Norwegian websites about the. It's very red. It's very red.
Yeah. Okay. So let's go back up to chat here a little bit. Yes. Cannot believe Trump may win the popular vote. Yes. Can't. Yeah. This is big thing. What's going on? This is Pennsylvania's Challenge Boy said so far Trump is winning. At least latest update here with. Hey.
Yeah.
Big D. Yeah. Name. Okay. So that's you. Okay. Cool.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, so we're seeing that he had 76% in, so it's 24% still. And again, it's what is reported and what isn't. I think it's likely he'll win, but the one thing that is really important, if it happens in this election, is it to be a clear victory. Right now, I don't think we can see a clear victory for Kamala. It'll be a hard-fought thing. But if it can be a clear victory for Trump, it will definitely help America out big time. So, Ari,
yeah,
what are the, not just your friends, but what are the people in your area think about what's going on?
They think it's a blowout. That's about it. My dogs think it's a blowout too. You can hear them in the background. They're barking very excitedly,
Yes. I was wondering if they're getting fed or something, but okay. And Elizabeth saying we're securing democracy by flooding the states with illegals and not allowing voter ID laws. I think it's funny that they're saying nobody will ever vote again if Trump wins, but does anyone get to vote for Kamala to run? Absolutely. See now, okay. Here's the play. When we say illegal aliens, they say immigrant. When we say people are here illegal, they say, no, they're not, because what they do is somebody crosses the border, declares themselves a refugee, and then they get status. So they're no longer here illegally. They get status to waiting for their case to be heard to see if they're a refugee or not. And their plan, and they have been specifically dumping them into states that are contested states to try to flip the states. So not that we won't get to vote if Kamala wins in the future. What it will be is it will be meaningless votes because they will rig the elections by making sure that each state is flooded with people that are dependent on the Democrats staying in the United States. And
I think one thing that's crazy is that Georgia is 95% in. It's 3% lead for Trump with over 100,000 votes. They've still not called it. It is absolutely crazy.
Georgia has been one of the states, like Texas, that the Democrats have been dumping so much effort. You remember that fat black woman that they kept running in Georgia for some reason, and they would just pour money into her race. And I don't know why it was so important that it was her. Because normally once you lose, they'd only kick you to the road and then find another, one of the sides. But they kept, whatever her name was. So, and ZZ voted early in rural VA county, and the election officials said she had never seen a line for early voting prior to last week. Yeah, I voted early here up in my secret mountain base in Arizona. I mean, you get to know it's in Arizona, but beyond that.
Oh, they just called North Carolina. North Carolina just flipped Donald Trump.
I thought so, because it's 90% reported and Trump's up by 2 points, but it was still saying leaning.
Well, that's what they're saying for Georgia too. It's even more reported.
Okay, and now again, to understand, because I'm trying to explain what's going on in America, not just what the election totals are.
Yeah.
if the media calls the election tonight, it's basically a done deal. It will be nearly impossible to flip it. Not 100% impossible, but nearly. And so this is why I have to say, hello, Tanker Man. One of my statements, one of my maxims is politics is perception. Okay, and so if everyone perceives X person wins whatever election, that's basically how it goes. And so this is why they're very reluctant to call certain states, because they're hoping, like Georgia, 94%, Trump's up 3 points. It's probably not going to go the other way unless for some reason that 6% is in Atlanta, Georgia, or some Democrat stronghold that might flip it the other way. It's virtually impossible to go the other way at this point. Not 100% because 3% could still play it, but it would take almost every single one of the outstanding votes to flip Georgia, but they don't want to call it. So what was that, Eric?
I have a question. At least here
Sure.
on my counter here, it says that they haven't started counting in Nevada yet.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well, okay, yeah, they're not reporting is the case.
They did mention big lines, but I don't think it would last an extra hour.
Okay. Well, okay. How? For those of you who don't know, under my real name, which I'm not going to give out right now, I have run for Congress in California. I lost. I was running in a Democratic district. I knew I wasn't going to win. It was because I've also in the past worked for congressmen. And now that was more like 20 plus years ago that I've worked for congressmen. So I sort of know what's going on. Now, I didn't even win the Republican primary, but I did get a margin of vote there. The way it works is each county tabulates its votes and then reports them out. So I don't know what Nevada's doing. They're probably tabulating their votes, sending the votes into what is capital? Is it like Reno or something? Or wherever. The capital is not Las Vegas, I'm pretty sure. Maybe it is. I don't know. And they're sending in the information, and the state is holding off on it.
The capital is Carson City.
Carson City, yeah.
It's not on the map, just like in Kentucky. Frankfurt isn't on the map. So
just so if people know, Vegas is down here in the south, and it has a huge number of Easterners that have moved, gangsters
in California.
Well, California, but huge numbers of Easterners have moved out to Vegas over the years, and so you have Vegas, and then you have the rest of Nevada. So very different places between the two, and what's going on out in the countryside. They're all super Republicans. In Vegas is a mix of Republicans and Democrats. So it's sort of a weird place. So I'm not sure why Nevada is. I think Nevada is trying to see if it's going to be the swing state, if it's going to be the state to be counted, and because
there's no way it can be a swing state. I don't think, can it?
Well, it just if Kamala runs it, because we're looking. I'm looking right now at the New York Times results. I'm going to refresh this here. Yeah, can anybody really imagine this map currently flipping? Because realize, okay, Florida, Alaska is going to go. It's 4 or 3 electoral votes for Trump.
Hawaii's safe blue.
Hawaii is safe blue, even though it's not going to report because it's way, they're still voting out there.
Yeah.
And so Arizona is probably going to go for Trump, but they're set up for shenanigans here.
Yeah.
We can see here. Right now, only half of Maricopa County, that's where the most of people live, have reported, and you can see it's neck and neck here, 51 to 49. So if it's that close still, It's probably going to come in. And also you can down here, now down in Pima County is very Democrat. And that's going to be, but you can look up at these other counties up here, 65%, 76%. Now, especially out here in Navajo County, it's very small, but it's 60 to 40%. So you can see rural Arizona is very pro-Trump. It's just these two big counties. I mean, this is a big empty county up here, Cochise. But it's just these are the counties that can swing Arizona. Otherwise, it's very... You know, if somebody ever wants to do a research, how did the Republicans... Why do they say do the Republicans in red in America? I don't understand that one. How did that happen?
Oh, that's
wasn't it swapped? Didn't the Republicans used to be blue or something?
Yeah, the Republicans were true blue. True blue. I mean, that was, back with Lincoln and the Civil War, true blue Republicans.
Yeah.
I don't know how it swapped. Don't know at all. I mean, if anybody ever found out how. Okay, and so we're looking at this, and let's see. Mark Walton says,
Oregon.
"Hello, fella. Oppositionals here hoping Kamala wins." Yes, okay. The dogs are popping up. Yeah, over at Aries. For the sake of the union, I pray Trump wins. Yes, and I'll explain some of that in a moment. Are they going to find 10 billion votes in Nevada again? Well, all they got to do is find enough to switch it. And Tankerman over on Twitch says, "Hello, Florida dude. Did my voting mail in? Screw the voting line." Certainly, yes. Okay. Yeah.
California's up by about 3% from last elections for Trump as well. Not that he's going to win at any chance, but it's just a general trend. He's just up everywhere in percentiles.
Right. And okay. On that thing, in America, and it can depend on the state, but there is somewhere between 10 and 20% of the people are persuadable to vote one way or the other. The rest is fixed in. The other thing that counts in voting is, do people actually get are they mobilized, motivated to actually vote? And with Kamala Harris, there are nobody, and I mean almost nobody except for a few women out there who want to vote for the first woman president. Nobody is voting for Kamala Harris. They are either voting against Trump or they are voting for abortion rights. No, that's the only reason. Either you're voting just, so basically, the old saying, you could put up a shoe for president, just as a symbol. That's what Kamala Harris is. Nobody likes her. Nobody, the few Democrats that I know, and we'll talk politics, they don't like her at all. There's nobody cares what Kamala wants to do or is going to do. It is purely an anti-Trump vote for them. And how many people are motivated to go stand in long lines wherever to vote against Trump? Some people will, most assuredly. Obviously, it's happening, but the Republicans, or those that are willing to vote Republican, are motivated to vote, so they're getting out. So their numbers are big. Yes, the Bear says, "Let's go Trump." Tinkerman, probably the Democrats during their rebranding that they did get away from the whole pro-slavery thing. Well, the question is are they anti-slavery now? I could argue they were. And Mr. Supreme 50, I voted for Kamala, but I'm a New Yorker. Well, okay. We understand that people are brain dead and will vote that way. I don't know why. But okay, I'd love to hear. I know I'm joking around, Mr. Supreme 50, but what in Kamala did you vote? Not to, I understand you cast your vote for her, but why her? Why are you voting for her? Not, what has she done in her life that you like so much that you want her to be president? Not why you don't like Trump. I mean, I understand you probably don't like Trump, But what is positive? I would love to hear somebody come up and say what they love about Kamala. Precisely against Trump, not for Kamala. No, that's what I mean. If Mr. Supreme economy, okay, she's competent. Okay, economy. I don't understand because
she's been in office for 4 years as vice president. How is the economy any better than it is?
Well, no. Okay, Eric, no.
That's the argument to make here. Like, and that's the argument that's being made.
No.
Like, she's been in office for 4 years.
No, hold on. No, Eric, hold on. I mean, Eric, hold on. Women's rights. I understand. Have you seen the stock market? Okay. So here's a couple of things. I'm serious, and I really appreciate what you're saying here. You say economy. Okay, stock market goes up, things are good. This is like somebody recently said that Britain economy is terrible, but London's economy is great. And so London, because again, the London Stock Exchange and the London handles a massive amount of the world's international finance, but the rest of Britain is economically hurting. So if all you're worried about is the stock market, yes, it's been going up. Now, has it been going up greater than inflation is a big key. But what has Kamala done? Not what the Biden administration. See, and you say women's rights. Okay, what has Kamala done for women's rights? I'm not talking about the Democratic Party. I'm not talking about that. But her as a person, what has she done that you can point to that she did? I would love to hear that. Because what did she do to make the stock market go up, or what has she done towards women's rights? And I'm not talking what Biden has done or what the Democrats have done, but I'm talking specifically to her. Because I can talk about things like Trump met with Kim Jong-un and walked across the DMZ into North Korea without any bodyguards.
Well, he's already answered. She's done nothing yet, despite being vice president for 4 years.
Well, and vice presidents don't normally do much. Okay.
Yeah, but when you got Joe as president, let's face it, she was basically the president for 4 years. She controlled Joe.
No. You're all wrong, Eric. You're all wrong.
I don't think so.
No, because the people. Okay,
Joe's there, but the lights aren't on.
But Kamala's staff and Kamala have nothing to do with what's going on in the White House. Like I say, Ari, I used to work for a congressman. I used to talk to people that worked in hey, Admiral Teague, have you seen the rest of America compared to New York? You know, I love you, Admiral Teague, but you're talking crazy here. Nothing wrong with being from New York. Have you I'm not going to say have you seen New York? You have, but have you seen like the rest of America? How much nicer it is? You know, you're a great guy, but be realistic here. It's New York. I hear. I mean, I was a little kid. I mean, literally a little kid last when I was in New York. But I hear right now it smells like urine and sour milk. Can't think of a single reason that she give me to vote for it. Right, and so like. Back when I was working for congressmen, when you talk to, and I actually did have several reasons to talk to the vice president, who was George Bush, the elder at the time, staff, not him, just on some, housekeeping type, can we get some photos sent over and whatever. You're talking to Vice President Bush's staff, which are completely different than Reagan's staff at the time. Now, the guy I was working for had been on Reagan's staff, so he was doing all the direct communication with the guys he knew that were still working for Reagan way back in the day. So Kamala's people and Biden's people supposedly hate each other's guts, Ari. So Kamala is not running the government. Kamala, the vice president, and from the beginning, unlike the sort of Bush-Cheney years, Cheney was sort of functionally Bush the Younger's chief of staff. and so that they were really working together. Now Kamala is just isolated over in the vice president's the National Observatory or whatever building that they sort of occupy.
I mean, don't get me wrong. Joe Biden definitely hates Kamala, and
but the staffs hate each other too.
Yeah. I mean, have you seen like the rate that the staff leave her? Like, 80% or something?
And that's what I'm saying. A lot of the people from the Obama administration have been running Biden's staff, and let me refresh this. I see what 230. Well, I got up here. This one is 187. So, okay, the way when you're the president, you're isolated. One of the least isolated presidents probably was Trump because he was out actually reading Twitter. But every morning you get the daily presidential brief. It is a book that is published just for the president every morning before he wakes up. And a briefer or more than one, but one guy's normally in charge of it, will come with that book to the president in the morning. It has a cover sheet that, that has paragraphs. Somebody started a war. Somebody did a coup, somewhere in the world. This is happening in America, a flood somewhere in America. And it'll have a cover sheet with line items. And then there'll be like a chapter of information on each one of these line items. Famously, Jimmy Carter would try to read that whole daily briefing every day, and it's not meant to. Where are we getting the feedback from? Please.
That's Big D.
Big D.
Sorry about that.
Yeah. So you can manipulate the president by what you put in that daily briefing and how you frame the daily briefing. I am sure two things have been happening. One, Biden has been, they've been framing the stuff the way Biden, or the way the staff that was basically, again, holdovers from Obama wanted to frame the events going on. And so that is who has been running the Biden administration. You tell them that the chocolate ice cream is good, and he'll order the chocolate ice cream, or whatever. If it's time to send off the SEALs to go do something somewhere, yes, if it all sounds good, he'll do it. Kamala had to make a deal with somebody to get her position approved. I think again it was with Obama's people. She agreed to do whatever they said. Otherwise, it would not have gone down the way it did. So, other people are running the government, very much so, and Ari's right about that. But it hasn't been Kamala. It was Mr. Supreme, and what happened when Obama in his first year, he got a Nobel Peace Prize because he wasn't Bush. He got a Peace Prize the first year. And then he goes around bombing everybody. So he not really turning out peace anywhere. So Mr. Supreme believes she will do these things. So this is what I'm talking about. You didn't vote for Kamala. I mean, yeah, you click the little box because you don't even vote for the Kamala. You vote for electors who will then later vote for him. You tick the little box to vote for the Democratic political position is what you did. And that's fine. That's what you did. But you weren't inspired by somebody's leadership. Whether it would be Obama, he was inspiring to lots of people. I remember back in the day, Reagan was super inspiring people. So they were voting for that person because when Reagan ran on his second term, he won 49 states, everything except for Minnesota, which was Mondale's home state. People weren't voting because they wanted to support the Republicans. They were voting for Reagan because they had trust in Reagan to be a good president. So that, and back in the Reagan's days, the House of Representatives was always controlled by the Democrats. Maybe the Senate would go to the Republicans. So a lot of these people that voted for Reagan voted against Reagan for whoever their congressman was. So that's what I'm talking about when I say nobody was voting for Kamala. They're voting for the Democratic Party positions that they presume, and maybe very correct, but presume that's what they're going to vote or support. And so let's see. Mine, New Mexico is called for the Democrats. Yeah. And there, I do have, we can quickly call this up here. Couple of other ones I've been following here. Let's refresh Google's map here. Yeah.
I'm interested in seeing how it looks here
yes.
as well.
I'm surprised they haven't called Georgia yet. 91% in, and Trump's still ahead by 3 points.
For me, it's 95%. That's in New York, though.
Okay, and it's how quickly they updating the reporting from the states. These different people, and we can also see APs over here. I have that called up here. Let's just refresh. Come on, get their advertisement. Yes. Okay, so we can see. Yeah. Well, they're dragging this out because, like I say, politics is perception. If you call all these states and Trump jumps past 270, well, then it's over. Everyone goes to sleep, and we know who's won. And so, yes, it is suspicious because Georgia had been one of the states in which Trump. Okay, how do I put this? Trump lost the last election because the election isn't just who goes in and votes. It's who counts the votes, how they're counted, what's the process, who gets it. Trump lost the process, obviously, because Biden became president. Now, if you had excluded certain votes that came in late and maybe some, various shenanigans that we see sometimes in some counties when there were more votes for Biden in that county than there were registered voters. So that's sort of kind of suspicious. So obviously things are suspicious done. Should they have been challenged in court? Trump did not have a good team in place. A lot of the Republicans that were around him did not like him. So he lost the contest. This time he's prepared. And so I would readily grant New Mexico, because we see it 80%, and it's a 6-point spread right now. I guess there's some third-party voters out there. That is probably not going to turn around. But where we see over here in Arizona, we see it much closer, but Trump is still ahead. So that's very likely. For some reason, Nevada has not reported anything in. I don't know what's going on there. Alaska and Hawaii, I understand, because they're still voting out in there. And the tradition in America is not to start reporting what's going on any of these types of sites until the polls close. It's not a hard and fast law.
They called Virginia.
Virginia. Okay. So that is not surprising to me.
Yeah.
But it
is surprising it was that close.
Exactly. And this is what, was ZZ when I was saying I thought Virginia was in play. And I would say it was in play. Now, he lost, but it was close enough that it was a state that was in play. And so
it's really just, you could see the difference of, like, if you look at a lot of the states that are normally blue, normally it'd be a win by like 65%, 67, but it's a win by like 59. Like, overall, he's winning a lot more votes than last time.
Oh yeah. And so this is meaningful. We're gonna hang out here for more, and hopefully we'll get we'll actually get a few more calls and see it go to 270. But I want to talk a little bit about what I think, and after I sort of state some of this, I'd love to hear whether in voice chat or in a text chat from the people what they have to think about. If Trump wins, I think there's going to be a few things going on. One, I think the establishment, whether we want to call it the Democrats, the leftists, the deep state, you know, is in a way it is a bad term for it, because it makes people think that it's some deep cabal buried in secret mountain bases somewhere. No, what the deep state is just the bureaucratic state, and that definitely something that exists in America, and that it is, or the entrenched bureaucratic state that doesn't want to bend to politicians because they're the bureaucrat experts in whatever fields they're responsible for. The State Department for running foreign affairs, or the Food and Drug Administration for monitoring drugs and and monitoring the food supply chain in America. They think they know best. And they don't want politicians interfering with whatever they think they're doing. So if you look at the deep state as simply the bureaucratic state, it's very real. All of these different groups want to make Trump's administration, because I do think, like I've been saying for all this year, and I think we're holding up here, that Trump's going to win this election.
I mean, I've been on NBC News and stuff like that, and they were doing all these exit polls. And at the start, they were going on about, Kamala Harris and Trump votes in terms of, if they're voting for the person or, against them. Kamala was up like 20% were just voting for her straight up because it was against Trump. And for
Right.
Trump, it was like the opposite. It was like maybe 5% just against Kamala. But
Right.
a couple of the exit polls have been big. Like they've reported, like one of the exit polls was that Trump among young voters have gone up nearly 10%. And according to this exit poll they posted just a little while ago, is first-time voters lean towards Trump in a reversal from 2020. So
Right.
a lot of people are coming out.
Well, the new punk rock is the right, whatever you want to call
yeah.
that. But what I think is going to happen is Trump's going to win, and then the establishment is going to try to make America ungovernable. They're going to do everything they can, whether it's lawfare, people suing, or they're going to wait for the first George Floyd incident that's on camera that looks like some Trump action has killed some innocent person, and they're going to stir the flames up. I truly believe that. So
I believe it's going to be the opposite.
No, hold on, just a second. That's the secondary.
Yeah,
Just a second.
yeah.
And so they're going to try to do everything they can to make Trump's administration, or make ungovernable, so that it's just chaos. Because if they concede to Trump being in government, it's not Trump, it's all these people around him that are going to dismantle the bureaucratic state. And what we're seeing here is, let me switch over to this map, look at this map here, everyone, on the screen. You can see, and yeah, they haven't reported, and nobody lives out in these places there. But if you look everywhere else, look at all the red dots spread everywhere, and then big clusters of blue. And sure, the blue is a lot of people, but they're concentrated in urban centers that are dependent upon the rest of America to function. And how are these people going? The people in the cities are going. The big cities are going to tell the rest of America what to do. And if Kamala's people get in charge, that's exactly what it's going to be. people that think they know best about what's going on out here, but that are from, whether it's Atlanta or Chicago or LA, it doesn't matter exactly where, they're going to try to tell the rest what to do. What I think can happen with Trump, I think the direction is going to go more into federalism, more into which we see with Trump and the abortion issue. Yeah, Trump got Roe v. Wade overturned by putting in, Supreme Court justices that would overturn it. But then he says, I'm not going to ban abortion. I'm going to leave it up to the states. I think that's what Trump's issues are going to be on so many of these things is, hey, state, you do what you're going to do. We don't care. But
I think that's one of the things a lot of people fail to really see is that Trump is one of the most moderate Republicans we have ever had. Like if it was any other Republican, the abortion issue and like this would be like a horrible sort of scandal among the Republican Party. If any other Republican did this or said like, oh no, I'm not going to do anything about abortion or, this side of that. Right. But Trump can do it. And Trump, is doing it well. Like he's one of the most moderate Republicans we've had in a while.
Well because he's an old school New York Democrat.
Yeah.
His coalition of people are everybody but the communists. The libertarians, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is a big Trump supporter now. So all of these people are on the Trump train, and their one common thread is they're all anti-communist. And so they're also working on the anti centralization. And again, in the state that I'm currently in Arizona, and I don't know if it's going to win or lose, but to try to motivate people to get out and vote, particularly women, they had a ballot measure to change the Arizona Constitution to ensure abortion rights for this state. I don't know if it's going to win. It probably won't. But it might. I mean, I'm not following all the state measures, what's going on here now, and it's unimportant to you, the general person. But my point is, one, there's going to be chaos. Two, Trump is going to decentralize the government, break up the bureaucratic state. And three, he's going to, and I'm going to overstate this, but it is somewhat real, he's going to bring peace to the world. Okay, obviously he's not. But let me finish, and then you guys can talk. I do want to get your input, Eric. According to some of the stuff that I've been hearing, had he won the last election, several more Arab states would have joined the Abraham Accords and truly set up peace with Israel. But since the Biden administration got in, several of them gave the go-ahead for October 7th, the Palestinian attack. And supposedly Trump has told the Israelis, I want your war with the Hamas and Hezbollah to be over by the time I become president. So get your war done now. Do what you need to do, but that war shall be done. And on Ukraine, supposedly what Trump's going to do is, Putin, you either need to settle now for sort of what kind of you have in territory, and if you don't settle right now, I can keep flooding in weapons and supplies to Ukraine greater than you can possibly do. I'm going to make the Europeans pay much more for it, but I can flood it in, and you're going to lose basically the old Reagan approach to the Soviet Union. He's going to go with that. And so he's going to push Putin to agree. And so we will probably have very quickly into the Bush administration a peace settlement in Ukraine, unless, and I'll give you the one unless the European powers themselves want to take over support almost entirely for themselves. If they want to continue to fund it, well, so Putin will either accept Trump's agreement or it won't. And I think in Asia, all of these attacks against the Philippines, particularly, but by China and some of the other things that China's been doing, including, though actually China has pulled out of part of the conflicted zones with India. There has actually, in the last couple of weeks, there has actually been a de-escalation of the conflict there. But some other situations that, so I think Trump will get more peace in the world. I mean, Ethiopia is still in a civil war. South Sudan is still in a civil war. Sudan is still in a civil war. The Sahel, a bunch of countries, Mali and whatnot, are all sort of in civil war. Yeah, there's still going to be wars out there, but some of these big things are going to become peaceful very quickly, I believe, if Trump's going to get in to power. So that is going to affect the world situation. And Ari wanted to say something.
Yeah, going back to your comment about being ungovernable and stuff like that, like they're going to hold on to something. Yeah, I think the exact opposite. It might be a little bit of a pessimistic thing to think, but I think if Trump wins and he's in the White House, I can't tell you when it'll happen, but I guarantee you they're going to try and kill him. And if they do, he's going to become a martyr, and that is when things are going to be hell.
Okay.
That's when
Hold on. Okay, let me give you my analysis of that, and then Big D can talk. I was just talking to somebody else, another person today. It's already too late to try to get rid of Trump through assassination, because J.D. Vance is his vice president, and unless J.D. Vance is a deep state plant, taking out Trump will just put J.D. Vance in as president. He is a Marine. He is not going to play with any threat. He is, if you want to play war with him, he'll play war with you in a Marine style. He won't be coward just because, Trump gets, shot with a sniper rifle or something. He won't retreat. He'll probably go on the offensive. And when I say ungovernable, what I do believe Trump is going to try to do, well, first he's going to shut down the flood of illegal aliens coming across the American southern border. And how he will do that is he will tell Mexico that if you do not stop these people from coming across, because these are mostly non-Mexicans nowadays, if you don't stop these people from coming across Mexico, I will shut down the commerce border between Mexico and the U.S., which will devastate your economy. Oh, it'll hurt ours a bit too, but it'll bring industry back to America. I will shut down commerce between our two borders, and Mexico will cave to it like they did before. So he will shut down the border, but he will also start to work to get rid of the illegal aliens, and he's stated that where he's going to start is with the criminal ones. So when he tries to have ICE, the people that internally police illegal aliens here, show up at, say, the LA County jails to try to get everyone who's leaving that jail who isn't a U.S. citizen and put them on a bus and get them out of the country. I'm prepared to see California to put California law enforcement officers to stop federal officers. I don't think anything like California is going to secede from the Union. I can see
another Eagle Pass.
Well, what I can see is the governor. What's his name? I'm blanking on his name.
Gavin Newsom.
Newsom. I can see him declare non-compliance to federal authority, that he won't comply. So, not declaring independence, not starting the Republic of California or the Republic of the West Coast, with Oregon and Washington. No, I can just see him declaring non-compliance with federal authorities over the illegal immigration. I think they're going to try to equate Trump's move to get rid of illegal immigrants with a combination of the Underground Railroad from the American Civil War, or before that, with slavery issues, as well as rounding people up, as in the National Socialist Germans did round people up. Now, Trump wants to round them up and deport them, send them to other countries, not to do anything more than that. But they're going to try to equate that into popular minds. And I think that that is how, and they're going to wait for the incident that one of Trump's thugs does something on camera that will make big news. And like I've said before, and many people know, I was there in the midst of the LA riots. The police could not handle it. The police chief, Daryl Gate, had previously said before the riots happened, the police are not there to protect you. They're there to maintain order in society. Well, he was the police chief when the riots happened, and he could not maintain order in society. He tried. It overwhelmed the police completely. So they called out the Marines and the Army, and they put them on the streets without any bullets. They had the guns, but they didn't have the bullets in the gun or with them. They said, I have information contrary to that, but that's what they said. Put them on the streets, and within hours, where the Marines were controlling, immediate peace broke out. Took about a day and a half to rest, and the Army and the Marines did absolutely nothing but stand there. They went out and stood there, and then allowed the police to run around and arrest people. There was no martial law declared. There was nothing. It was just put the military on the streets, and it calmed it down. Well, none of that was done, even attempts by the police to restore order during the George Floyd riots. What I think they're to make America ungovernable is where you have Democrats in control. Could be in like Atlanta, Georgia, just in a city area, or it could be in a state like New York or California, that they will let the rioters riot. And so that is part of the reasons and how they're going to try to make America ungovernable. I just wait for the incidents to happen, and I think they will. Big D wanted to say something?
Yeah, I have pretty much no knowledge on the Asian front with the Philippines. I was just wondering what was going on.
Okay, there are territories out in the islands. There is one sort of chain of islands that at low tide they are islands. At high tide they're underwater. The Philippines back, I don't know, in the 60s or something, or the 70s, probably more like the 70s, ran a ship ashore onto one of these coral reefs that periodically go above it. And everybody in the world, basically, except for China, understands that this coral reef area is Filipino territory. Well, China claims that territory. So they are, Chinese are trying to block. And so there are Filipino sailors or soldiers on this ship 24/7, and they've been trying to block resupply to it and trying to force them off of it. And so there's a lot of conflict going on there. If you don't know the history, the Americans had supported Filipino dictator Marcos in there, and then he fell. And the Filipino government sort of threw the American bases out, and they've gone through several elected presidents, and they decided to elect. Currently, they've elected the son of the dictator to be the president, and they've invited the Americans back into the bases, and we're coming back in there. Several of the smaller islands like Tinian that are pseudo-independent islands. Not Guam is national territory, but some of these other little Marshall Islands, some like Tinian and whatnot, there had been air bases out there that have been overgrown because we hadn't used them in 20 years or something. In this last year, we've been re-clearing them and preparing to use them as alternative air bases for a war with China. So there has been significant militarization of the Western Pacific with China over the conflict over the Philippines, over the conflict with Vietnam, over the conflict with Taiwan. There's a lot of stuff, and even Indonesia and Malaysia are really upset with China and what's been going on there. So that is nearing to a war. Okay, Elizabeth.
All right, so general imperialism.
China has been pushing very hard, and it's basically pushing everybody else back into American arms for protection. Is how shorthand I would say that, and this has really picked up steam under the Biden, meaning China is becoming very aggressive under the Biden administration. They had been pulling back under Trump. So
just like Putin.
yes, and so I know some people are like, "Oh, hey, the Republicans are Putin lovers." No, the Republicans don't love Putin. They just believe that somebody like Trump would be more respected on the stage than the Biden administration. So Putin thinks he can get away with things under Biden or Harris. If you looked at when Putin moved into Georgia, not the American state, but the country out that had been part of the USSR, moved in and cut Georgia in half in military invasion. Bush pushed some ships into the U.S. Navy ships into the Black Sea, and Putin withdrew immediately from Georgia, at least the new parts that he had conquered. There were still a couple of contested zones there, but the new parts he conquered, he withdrew. Later, under the Obama administration, he invades, but no real shots are fired, Crimea under Obama, and Obama puts on sanctions but does nothing else, and so Putin stays. So we're seeing that when the Republicans are in and are willing to do a show of force, doesn't mean that they have to bomb anybody, but do that show of force that they might be willing to bomb somebody or whatever, Putin backs down. So this is why I think with Trump involved, it's not that, and Trump, don't pay attention too much what Trump says, because if Putin withdraws from the Ukraine entirely, including Crimea, you know what? Trump will go over and kiss Putin on the lip. And everybody who hates Trump will say he loves Putin. No, he will praise you if you do what Trump wants you to do. And if you don't do what Trump wants you to do, he'll call you the worst thing in the world. And it can change on a dime. So when he praises somebody like President Xi of China, it doesn't mean he likes the Chinese communists. It's just they do what he wants them to do. And if they're not doing what he wants to do, he will, call them the worst names in the world. So you have to understand the way Trump works. And he doesn't like dictators. It's just if the dictators do what he says, he will say positive things about them. And I know, I don't know which state Elizabeth has. Maybe it's New Mexico, more on her 209 to 230. But notice none of the states like Arizona, Georgia, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, or even Minnesota are being called, which is very, very interesting, I think.
I feel like, at least on the website that I'm using from, that is the Norwegian News, they've started to count Nevada. 2% of Nevada has been counted, and yeah, I don't know if it's true.
Well, I've not, on the New York Times, I've not seen that. And do understand, again, because what you can do is go to the website of the states and or counties that you're trying to do, and they actually put the numbers there, and they'll actually put the numbers up earlier. But these people like the AP and the New York Times don't report them until a little bit later. So there is sort of, shall we say, the official back door into what's going on. So your Norwegian news source may be actually looking at that information and putting it up there, but they just don't necessarily do that here. And I don't need to go in and look up what the
it says here apparently now
Clark County's reporting is doing in Nevada or whatever.
It says here, one of the guys in the chat here, which is one of the news people, says that Trump is leading in all of the flip states or whatever that's called in English.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The contested states, yes. And New Mexico is actually, I can see, and I thought New Mexico and Colorado. Colorado basically is a rather Republican rural state with nobody out there except for Boulder, Colorado, and one other area that a lot of Californians have moved out into that have turned it blue. So it's sort of a few cities that are Democrat, but it's actually sort of surprising that New Mexico is as close as it is.
So the first swing state, North Carolina, has been called Trump. So you normally have 6 to 7 swing states, which is North Carolina. Let me get the exact map. North Carolina, Georgia, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Arizona.
Right.
Yeah, and as he was saying, Trump's leading every single one of them, but a lot of these are like 30-40% in, and they're so close. You could have a county from
right now, according to what on the New York Times site, they say 85% in Pennsylvania, 50% in Michigan, 77 in Wisconsin, 95 in Georgia, and 53 in Arizona. So they're more than half reported in, and they're just refusing to call.
If you look at the counties that have reported in, it's mostly the cities that have reported in, not the rural side, which would be overwhelmingly in Trump's favor.
Right. Oh, I think, because we're, according to this one map that says 230 right now, we're only 40 electoral votes away, and we just need a few of them to switch over. Hey, IKB, good to have you here.
Another interesting... Hawaii, it says, at least according to the website, it says...
Well, it's got 0 votes, and it's already confirmed. They did the same thing for Vermont, West Virginia, Wyoming.
Okay. Hawaii will move...
It's a socialist state.
Well, Hawaii has been Democrat forever, in the modern sense, since the 60s or whatever. I don't know what it was way back when, but it's been Democratic. Trump will get a higher percentage than normal because of the big fire that was out there and the very bad response by the Biden administration. But I didn't expect that to flip. That would be rare. And also the idea that Alaska, so you could put the 4, which they've done, 4 electoral votes for Hawaii in Harris's favor, and the 3 electoral votes in Alaska. There's no way Alaska's not going to go Republican in Trump's favor. So those are just for sure. Those are not. Oh, what is Dutov Devlich? It's always funny that the Democrats flee California over regulations, but then vote Democratic new state. Well, there's a combination of that. Colorado, it was a lot of rich people fleeing, or not fleeing, but moving out of there years ago, before California went really bad. It was sort of like a holiday home area for skiers and whatnot, and so a lot of them have fled out at the left to Colorado. Now, a lot of the other all the other Californians that are fleeing, and because I've met a lot of them, a bunch of them are refugees like me for political reasons, because they're trying to make me a felon in my previous home state over gun issues. There's a lot of people that are fleeing that way, but then there's also a lot of people are just fleeing, mostly retirement, for the high cost of living. Because if you sell a middle class home in a decent neighborhood, not a high end neighborhood, but just a decent neighborhood in California, middle class home, you'll get $1 million. you can normally go to a state like Arizona, New Mexico, Texas, and get an equivalent home for, say, $400,000, and you'll have $600,000 extra to retire on. So they flee that way, and they don't understand, because I know some people here locally in Arizona that are not conservatives or right-wing or Republicans or whatever, and they either, one of them I know votes Democrat. He spews and spews and spews pro-MAGA stuff all the time, but he votes Democrat because that's just his ancestral party. And I keep going, yeah, it's the Democrats that are doing all these regulations, because they talk about how, where I am here, all these new regulations that are coming, all this new, yeah, that's the Democrat. And so they don't equate all the problems with being Democrat. Now they may equate, and so they flee the high cost of California and come to a retirement, because most of these people are older that are coming here. Oh, hey, if you want a job, you can come to Arizona and get a job immediately. I mean, in 10 minutes, you can literally have a job here where I am. There's a few parts in Arizona here that is dying, but almost every single business I walk into, there's a help wanted sign. So in a fast food restaurant, help wanted sign. At the grocery store, help wanted sign. Went to the H&R Block tax thing last week. They were closed because they don't have enough employees. They have a help wanted sign. So I don't know what tax preparers get paid, but if you could qualify to do that job, they'll hire you the next day they're open, probably. So it's just if you're a construction guy around here, because I need some work done, they're all snapped up. So any job you want here, they're ready to hire you. So if you want a job, come here. But also here, there's running out of housing too, so that's another issue. Okay, Elizabeth says, people who listen to legacy media and Facebook only listen to, well, yeah, a lot of these people that I talk to don't pay attention to politics. They just don't. So, like the one guy I was talking about, who is actually becoming a good friend, I say he's living in the 80s, American politics of the 80s, and he hasn't updated his software of what's going on since the 80s. Because he's big into the environment, and he likes to volunteer to go clean up hiking trails and all that kind of stuff. And that's a lot of his motivation, and he thinks that and the Sierra Club and whatnot are what the Democrats are about, and not all this, because he'll talk about all these, Mexicans and other Hispanics flooding in and how terrible it is, but he doesn't equate that that's part of the Democratic policy. Yes. Any more news of voter fraud, Jan, who has his mic turned off? Yeah. There's definitely voter fraud going on. You have to wonder, when the people say it isn't very big, then why do people bother? Well, how do I put this? You don't.
The last election was won off of the Hunter Biden laptop story suppression.
Well, but that isn't voter fraud. That's suppression of. That affects the outcome, absolutely, but that isn't voter fraud. That's different. What we can see is sometimes in districts, voting districts, in a few cases, that there are more votes than there are registered voters in those districts. So we see that. We also see mail-in votes that the signatures don't match any previous signatures, and we have seen 10 or 20 or whatever same signature, different, same signature style, different names being signed coming in. So we know that there's voter fraud going on. The question is, at what scale? I don't think it's as big as people think, but it doesn't need to be huge if your margin is less than 1% somewhere. And that 1%, if it's like a 0.5% margin splitting between two groups, that would be enough to turn it. And this is what people have been saying: too big to steal. here. So if enough states go in enough direction, then whatever voter hanky-panky doesn't matter. And what is, hello, DJL Rocco 97. That's an interesting name. What do you think about the election? Also, the massive, huge victory for Trump with the popular vote, with the electoral vote. Yeah. I think Trump's going to be elected. I think Trump is going to win by a big enough margin that any of the, like I was just saying, any of the shenanigans, because it can be simply something like, oh, hey, we're waiting on absentee ballots to come in to then count, when maybe they should have had to come in by election day and not just sometime eventually. Okay, Tankerman says, I'm in welding school. One of the things my instructor says is there's a lot of demand for in the trades, but not a lot of people going into them. So there's a lot of competition between companies for brand new welders. Oh, absolutely. I've actually sort of found one decent welder here.
I can testify to that. I'm a welder.
Yeah, and I'm in need of welders, and so I'm working with this one guy I've met who did some good work that I saw in another project. So I'm definitely looking for welders personally, locally here. They found tons of phony ballots today. I forget which state, but they couldn't compare signatures. Okay, now what they have, I haven't heard about ballots, but I have heard it was, I believe, in Pennsylvania that they found a lot of voter registration that were all, and this was actually turned in a while, weeks ago, but it only come out a few days ago because they announced it, that there were thousands, like 3,000 or 4,000 or whatever the number was, of voter registrations, all had the same handwriting on all of them. So now that's registration fraud. Now that might just simply be that different parties, Republicans and Democrats in different areas, will give you bounties for registration. So if they have a county that they think they can move one way or the other, they'll give you $10 for every person you register new to our party. So that way people will go out and register. Now that can just be somebody going into their basement and getting a telephone book out or something and making all these things up to try to get that $10 bounty. So there's a lot of that's been going on, but the Democrats keep insisting, well, that doesn't mean they vote. Well, that's true, but sometimes they'll find 30 or 40 people in one address, so that address gets mailed in, a mail-in ballot, and so somebody will intercept those, maybe living at that address or just in that apartment building or whatever, and then fill them out and return them. So if this didn't make any difference in any elections, why would people bother to do it? So that's, just sort of an axiom. And we see a lot of that. Now we've seen Harris grow. We've not seen Trump grow. And I think that that's a deliberate, because they would rather call a state for Harris and then have that turn out to be wrong. And a more AP report?
It looks like the lead is getting bigger in Michigan, though, but Pennsylvania definitely did get a little bit closer.
Okay, so Pennsylvania, yeah, it's within a point or two almost. Michigan,
it's getting worse.
Well, Michigan is 52 to 46%, so that's actually fairly good in Michigan. In Wisconsin, it's 51 versus 47, so those are pretty good. Georgia, yeah, there's roughly a 2-point spread with 93% voting. That should be called for Trump. Out in Arizona here, We've got 51. Now 51 that can swing heavily. Still, again, it depends on what districts. But now let's go back to the other map here. This one.
They're within a point on Arizona, so it could easily swing.
Yeah. Wrong state. This state. Yeah. But it looks like, okay, here we are. Pima County here in Arizona, 55% in that county and it's 63 to 37. And up in over here, for some reason my mouse isn't doing what it's supposed to. There we are. Up in Maricopa County, which is a big one, it's 55% in, and it's only 51 to 49. So 2-point spread there in Maricopa County. With that close of a return, that's going to dump it to Trump. If it stays that close, because it's only when particularly Maricopa County goes heavily Democrat do you see this state go left. That's again because I know this is just we can see votes. That's over 1 million votes there, where Pima County is just over 250,000. Up at Yavapai again, that's just with 64% in, that's not even 100,000 out there. Again, not even 100,000. So it's this county, which has more than 1 million votes in it, done there. If it stays even like that, that's because none of these other counties, okay, 64, but 58, 29% out here. And Yuma County is there's a major U.S. Army base, or I think it's Army or Air Force or both. There's a major base out here that could, rather go more, pro-Trump than not. So, and Apache County has not reported. Those damn Apaches, And if you don't know, all these counties are named after the local Indian tribes out here. So that's where the Apaches are. That's where the Navajo are. That's where the Maricopas are and the Yavapais are.
That's kind of cool.
Yeah, so those are, for the
a big influx of people just hit. Trump went up. It was like 3 million. Trump was up by like 3 million for the popular. Now he's back up to about 5 million for the popular.
Wow, that's pretty big. And sure, the Americans conquered this continent. We didn't steal anything. We conquered it. I say we because I believe I know my ancestors were here since prior to independence, and I believe Aries' ancestors were here prior to independence. So our families conquered this continent, just like all the Indians conquered it from whoever they conquered it before. Everybody we just conquered. Just like the French conquered France. It's no different. But we've given a lot of respect, especially out in the West, to the Indians. And a lot of the states, the Utah, Idaho, these are the Dakotas, as are the Dakota Indians. So we respect the Indians. Sure, we conquered them, but we respect them. So don't. And hello, MMDB. How you doing?
I will say, for the mail-in ballots that have come in, it's been surprisingly even. Because those were the first votes that were counted. So now, like for Arizona, we're going to start getting like the actual people who went in person to vote, and those are probably going to be, 2-1 in Trump's favor.
Okay, I'm not sure how
older ones.
Okay, here and again, like I say, I used to because again knew California's system really well, and I'm learning Arizona's. Arizona had early voting for a few weeks. I voted yesterday. Early voting ended on Friday. But Mondays was emergency voting, in parentheses. But they didn't, and I had to sign a paper to that effect. But they didn't ask us what the emergency was, like why we couldn't show up tomorrow or today, But then it was tomorrow, and there was. I didn't have to wait that long, but there was a big long line behind me by the time I got to the window to do it. So they've been taking in a lot of in-person votes. You could also drop off your mail-in, but just drop it off this is at the county. Yesterday, the main county offices were the place that you could, at least locally in this city, where you could vote. Maybe there are others because the county's huge, other places like that around. But today there were a bunch of polling places opened all over the cities and counties, not just the one, so that to handle a greater number. So you had mail in, you had mail drop off, just into the boxes locally. You had people coming in to either, which I did, paper ballot. You could also do a touch screen ballot here that was also going to be going on here. So I don't know quite how they are counting all of this stuff. Have they even counted my vote from yesterday? I sort of kind of hope they've been counting as they've been going along. Last week's, counted them when they were in, that kind of thing.
What is funny is one of the ballot amendments for Kentucky was to require U.S. citizenship to be able to vote in the state.
Yeah, now Arizona. Here's a big scandal that happened in Arizona. I've recently had, I'm moving here, so I had to prove that I was an American citizen to get an ID of any, an ID or driver's license. I had to prove I was an American citizen, so I did that. So that set me up to be able to vote here. But when they went over from the sort of old system to the new system, hundreds of thousands of people that had already had driver's license did not have to prove they were American citizens, because in the past you didn't have to prove you're American citizens to get, you just need to be a resident to get a driver's license here. So they went up to the Arizona Supreme Court to see if those, I think it was 200,000 people, see if they were going to be allowed to vote. And they were, so there was I think it's 230,000 people or registered voters, not just people, but registered voters were allowed to vote in this election, even though they hadn't proved that they were American citizens. Now, according to one of the things I saw, the demographics, most of these were older people, and they did sort of give the percentages. The highest percentage of any one group were registered Republicans. So probably 90+% of these people were American citizens. They just didn't go through the process to prove it. But that is something that has to be done legally here in Arizona. What does Dutov say? I don't think they are allowed to start counting early, avoids leaking any result. Okay, it's state by state is the way it goes. So yes, they can count early if the state laws allow them to. They're not supposed to report anything out. So I know it's different from state to state. I don't know what Arizona's laws are on the subject. And now, if you don't know, I think it's Oregon only has mail-in voting. There is no in-person voting in the state of Oregon, and it has been that way for the last 10, 20 years or something. It's been that way for a long time. So some states do it that way, or at least Oregon does it that way, exclusively.
So I don't know what counties just entered their numbers, but Trump's lead is growing in Wisconsin by a point or so. Same thing with Michigan. It went from 51 to 52. Trump.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lead's tightening in Georgia, though.
Yeah. Well, it's still a 3-point. Look, with 3 points, that's 3%, and then
3% and 95% of the vote counted. You
yeah,
have to get every vote.
You would have to get 3 out of the 5 votes. No, 4 out of the 5 votes basically that are coming in. So basically, That's 80% of the votes coming in. Well, 70% of the votes or whatever coming in left have to be for Kamala to flip it.
Honestly, Pennsylvania.
I don't
Trump's
do math
up.
well.
Yeah, Pennsylvania's up for Trump by like 200,000 votes or 3%, and Philadelphia is already 88% counted. So I honestly think that is basically safe for Trump.
I'm right now predicting. Obviously, I don't know, but I'm predicting Trump is going to win in Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Georgia, and Arizona. I think that's going to be. I don't know what the problem with Nevada is, because according to my thing, they haven't done any reporting, and it doesn't matter if they've just done 2% somewhere else, because that's still screwy. If they're letting that out.
That would be crazy if you won all. Oh wait, no, sorry, Virginia.
Yeah, hovering over Nevada. That's how I meant to interrupt. I'm sorry, but I'm just speaking about Nevada real quick. Georgia's been called. My friends pinged me. They said Georgia's been called. It's red.
Yeah,
I figured.
Yeah. Now, who's calling it would be my question, but yeah.
Yeah, that's my question as well. But I've been pinged. They're saying it's fallen. But it says in Nevada, anyways. This is what I was going to talk about. That it's been there's postmarked ballots are allowed to arrive up to 4 days after the election on November 9th.
Yeah, so but they should still be able to tell you what the in-person voting is.
Yeah,
and the way it used to work in America before COVID, and not in Oregon where they just did mail-in voting, you had to ask, because you would get a sample ballot, and on the back of it there was a form you could fill out. At least this is specifically in California, but generally it was in all the other states. You could swear under penalty of perjury that you were going to be unavailable to vote in person, and you wanted an absentee ballot. Could be that you were like a Marine overseas, or you were going to be on vacation, or you had a job requirement to be out of the state at the time, or you were going to be in the hospital, or maybe you're just old and can't get out of bed. Whatever it was, you didn't necessarily have to specify, but you had to sign that you weren't available and you wanted an absentee ballot. And then what they would do is they'd send those absentee ballots to the people, and then you would mail them back. And then they would just dump them somewhere, in a warehouse, and normally do nothing to them unless the in-person vote totals were close enough that it would be possible. Like, let's say if there was 10,000, in a particular election, could be a local election or a national election. But let's say that if it's 10,000, spread, and how many absentee are there? Oh, there's 10,000. We better count them. But if it's like the spread was 30,000 between them and there's only 10,000 absentee, they never bothered to count the absentee because they couldn't change the outcome. So that was the traditional way prior to COVID for the non-in-person. So now it's all screwed up, and I think there's big pressure to go back to one day, on that day, in person, unless you can swear that you can't make it, kind of thing.
Okay, so it seems like CNN and NBC has called Georgia, and that's where they're getting it.
It just came here as well in Norway.
Yeah, okay. It's funny, Fox News called Arizona so early for Biden in 2020. However, they were dragging their feet for Trump winning Pennsylvania. Yeah, okay. Everybody who's thought for all these years that Fox News was a conservative network has been greatly mistaken.
It's gone downhill ever since Tucker left. So.
Well, no, it's not even that. It's Fox News has always been moderate centrist. So all the rest were left wing. Fox News, now they had personalities that were right wing, but the overall operation has always been sort of moderate / centrist. There just hasn't really been. I know Newsmax exists, and there's a few other sort of right wing operations, but basically all the rest were left. Fox was moderate. There was just no right. So people thought Fox News was right or conservative or whatever label you want to call it. As an institution, they never were. Sure, you had Bill O'Reilly or you had Tucker or whoever, that might be right wing, like Sean Hannity or whatever, but the overall operation has never been right wing or Republican or whatever. They were just moderates that looked right. You know, if you're standing way out left of Trotsky and you're looking at Fox News, yeah, it looks right wing, but it really isn't.
It's really crazy. It's New Hampshire. That's like a 3% difference for Harris, and I know last election it was like 7% for Biden.
Yeah, I don't know why they haven't called some of those. It just
I don't either. But like that is super close for the New England states there. Well, a lot closer than it was last election cycle, anyways.
Oh yes, I mean it's normally the Republicans get, because Maine splits it up in a sort of crazy way. Yeah. So normally Maine will give one electoral vote to the Republicans. They sort of, I think, kind of have 3 total or something, but it can shift a bit. But so they can normally sort of splits. But New Hampshire, it's, I don't know. We'll have to see, but it is
funny about New England though, because they are basically Republican in all but registration. Just nothing but like living in the middle of the woods, guns, they hunt, they fish. It's crazy.
Yeah.
What is really crazy is look at New Jersey.
Oh, I know. That's 4%. That's a 4% differential.
Yeah, like normally.
And last election,
New Jersey.
It went from 16% to 4% in one election.
Well, this is what I tell you, right? America is very much at a crossroads. It is not, and I think a lot of these people, it's why people in New Jersey are realizing this. It's not whether you're going to be Democrat or Republican. It's, are we going to I think the right term is a neo-fascist state, or we are going to go back to a more liberty-based system under Trump. And that's because I don't, again, I think that they're just seeing what, it's not that they hate Kamala. It's just they're seeing that Kamala is just a puppet of these bureaucratic or deep staters or whatever. And they're just, they're just rejecting that. Sort of getting closer and closer. Very possibly Trump could flip. Yeah, Minnesota is one of these states that normally wouldn't be in play, but it's.
Well, I wouldn't count it so much.
I'm not thinking it will, but it's just it's surprising how close it is.
Well, the thing is, it's because the Twin City hasn't voted yet. You had Minneapolis vote, but you haven't had Rochester come in at all for the votes yet. And when that comes in, then it's just going to be, safe.
Right.
So far, it looks very, at least here on my website, it's very tight in Arizona.
Yeah.
Like 49.2, 49.79. It's like
I don't think the votes haven't really come in too fast over there. Most of those are like the mail-in and early votes.
Yeah, so like I say, I don't know that they were counting the early votes early. I don't know what they were doing here.
I say they would, because when Arizona flipped, it instantly had 500,000 for both in Phoenix. So I think they counted them early.
But it's a historic, momentous occasion.
Yeah.
I've not seen this. Every election that I've actually watched, it's always been so close. Yeah.
Well, a lot of people were able to see 4 years under Trump with the economy and with foreign policy, and then they were able to see the Obama and the Biden. And I think because if you believed the Democrats, you would think that, everybody's going to suffer once a Republican gets in, because we really haven't seen a Republican in 20 years. But when Trump came in, even though he's, like Gamer said, technically he's a 90s Democrat, but he's registered under a Republican. So I think a lot of people are shifting way more either centrist or way more Republican than before.
What do you think the outcome after this massive win for Trump? Yeah, like I was saying, what I think is going to happen, because so far nothing here is showing me, what we see so far is showing that Trump is going to lose. It's possible, right, okay, New Hampshire, let's just presume 4 more votes for Kamala. Minnesota, let's come here, 10 more. So 14 more votes. So that's 224 votes or seats for Kamala Harris. Okay. So, and if Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Georgia, and Arizona all go for Trump, or even if he loses one of these, I think he's still got it. I mean, I'd have to look at each state electoral maps, 15, 19. So Trump is going to win this. I'm right now saying, like I've been saying all along, he's going to win. But we're seeing the evidence here. So, like, we're presuming that Trump wins this. Okay.
We did the same thing in 2020, though, and you got to count. Kamala Harris has 100% support among 3 a.m. voters.
Right, but I don't think it's going to be close enough for all the 3 a.m. voters to switch it. I don't think so. I hear you, Ari, and it's a serious concern, but I don't think it's going to happen. So, yeah, you want to say?
Yeah, I'm just I'm looking at because I'm following there's a lot of people here in Norway that have been up all night wanting to watch this, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm looking at the comments here in Norway, and everyone is basically saying that this is not good, right? And this is a horrible time. And true, that is not good for Europe. And I'm looking here, people that are someone commented it looks like it's going to be Trump again. And then one guy comments, win, win, win. And he gets downvoted to fucking, anyone that supports Trump here in this chat is getting downvoted to all oblivion.
Well, I don't know if you saw what Crispin posted in those 100+ messages in the general or in the general earlier on the Discord. But Crispin lives in Norway, right?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I know who Crispin is.
What his daughter was supposedly harangued about how terrible Trump was in school within the last day or two. So there's a lot of Europeans here far right, and they think fascism. Where here far right means liberty, government's going to go away. People get to do whatever they want, and that's so they interpret it wrong. And notice the map that I brought up here right now. This is the sort of leaning projection. And they're having all of these swing states here currently leaning Georgia, for Trump here on this New York Times map. No, none of the swing states are leaning towards the Democrats, which tells you something pretty big. But what's going to happen is, I think after tonight, it's going to be clear that Trump is going to be the president. There's going to be lawsuits. There's going to be BS. They're not going to want to do anything big right now under Biden. They're going to want it to be sort of kind of peaceful. And then once Trump gets into office, I think they're going to do everything they can to disrupt Trump's presidency. Because for them, they are moving into a, neo-fascist America is what they're trying to do. And this will disrupt their plans. So they want to. What they did last time with Trump is they took the intelligence agencies, particularly, that the elected Republican officials in the House and the Senate respected, and these people lied straight to the faces of the politicians. And so the politicians go, "Oh my God, you mean he's a Russian puppet? Mr. Intelligence guy? Oh, God. Oh, my God. Okay, I can't stick my neck out. We've got to investigate this. Investigate. Oh, Trump wants... No, we can't pay attention to Trump. We got to investigate." And about 2.5 years go by, and then it turns out to be bullshit. And then about that time is when COVID hit. And then they do the George Floyd riots. And then, Trump's gone. Okay. Right now, that ain't gonna wash. Right now, if the head of the CIA and the FBI all come in and say, "Trump, we have the photographic evidence," hey, accounting for gaming, for games. We have the photographic evidence that Trump is one of the lizard people that is controlling the government. Here, we got to get rid of Trump because he is running the aliens to control our government. And we have all the proof. They're not going to listen. They're not going to pay attention to that this time. And Trump doesn't have to worry about being reelected. This is why when Trump comes out and says, it's only this one election, and this is the left always, he means there'll never be election again. No, it means he only has one more term. He can't run again. You only have to vote for him just one more time, and then you never have to vote for him again because he's term limited out. It's not that he's going to become a dictator. So he doesn't have to worry about, if I get bad reports, or if these guys don't like me, or if I get rid of do something, is it going to be unpopular? Am I going to have to win the next? He won't care. He can do whatever he wants within the law. He can do whatever he wants, and it will have no great effect. And the Republicans either have two choices. The elected guys in office is either go along with Trump and survive, hopefully, to the next, whether it's J.D. Vance or whoever the next Republican guy will be, or if they don't go along, Trump will undermine them, because Trump does go. If you go against him, he's gonna undermine you, and so you will be severely weakened if you don't go along. So, what's their choice going to be? And since most of their voters, and we saw several Republicans either lose, like Liz Cheney, who got in her father's seat, who had been out in Wyoming, untouchable. Just see her lose. She just lost miserably in her primary, and so gotten rid of. So Trump will, for his midterm elections, he will work against you. And so they'll have to fall in line with him. So within the laws of the nation, Trump will have a lot more leeway. But all the other, whether it's the institutions like the Homeland Security or the FAA, the people who keep airplanes from crashing into each other, all these organizations are all going to try to disrupt Trump's presidency. I think that's very much is going to happen. And let's see what David, hello, making sense of the madness. We're certainly looking at it, and it's going to get crazy, I think. And accounting for games, 6 a.m. here, been watching since 4 a.m. From personal perspective, it's very interesting to see the lean right globally. Lean left in the UK is an abnormality. Yeah, well, I would say it's just because the UK, in my opinion, has one of the stupidest elements of the system is first past the post, meaning whoever gets the most votes in this particular seat wins, even if it's a minority of votes. Where in America, you have to get, for all the seats basically everywhere, is 50 plus one vote, 50% plus one vote. So if nobody gets, like for a senator, nobody gets a majority, well, they'll have a runoff between the top two. So had you done a runoff in all those seats in the UK, you would not have had Labour winning most of them. I think somebody else would have won a bunch of them. That's my accounting of what's going on, and I guess I use that deliberately. The point is left protest against our conservative. Well, your conservatives aren't very conservative there. Labour really didn't get that many votes, though. Yeah, the young vote is going right. Yes, yes. The youth is across the Western world. The youth is moving right. Which is a very interesting phenomenon in my lifetime.
I can explain why it was for me.
Sure, love to hear.
So, when I looked, originally I was a independent, and I'm still am highly libertarian.
Right.
Free speech as far as it can go, without actually killing somebody or something like that. And Second Amendment, you should be able to have whatever the government can. If you can afford it, you should be able to have it. Like highly libertarian, get the government out. I I don't want income tax. I want as little government as possible. And it's been like that for a lot of my friends are like that. They've seen all the scandals and all the BS with the government and said, I'm done. I don't care about the government. Get them the hell away from me.
Right.
And I think that's really what Trump captured. Like I was saying, when in general, he's a populist. He's the
yes. He is a populist, and that's what a lot of the right movements, not just in America but in the Western world, are definitely moving in a populist direction. How do I put this? The problem, my personal philosophy, and hello, folk, how you doing? I don't know if the king should dissolve parliament and seize power, but maybe in Britain the king should dissolve parliament and call new elections. That might be a way to go. The problem with the libertarians is, and I used to sort of I like the term somebody coined. I forget I picture his face, but not his name. Conservatarian, conservative libertarian kind of thing. The problem is, and I know a bunch of libertarians. They're not dealing with reality, and I'm not saying you.
Nevada starting to get counts. 3%.
Okay, and it's overwhelmingly Trump.
He moved fast for that one.
And like I say, I know a bunch of libertarians, and they're not in touch with reality. They think we're living in the 19th century America, in which, oh, hey, open borders are fine, but we have to get rid of this welfare state, and so people who can't make it here in America will just naturally leave because they'll go wherever the jobs are somewhere else. And they also believe that, well, hey, yeah, we can always do more because, gold standard and size of economy doesn't matter and all this other bullshit that doesn't deal with reality. Now, if all you're talking about is what you said, Big D, is talking about personal liberty, okay, I'm with them on that part. It's when they start, oh, well, we should be involved in no foreign wars, nowhere, never. Not this war is bad and this war is good or something. No, it's just such they always move to the most extreme idealistic elements that are not in touch with the reality of the world. So to me, I've started to see libertarians about as dangerous as communists.
To me, the main reason I have against the libertarians, especially the party libertarians, not just people like self-identifying, is that they're basically just fucking anarchists. There
are some that are anarchists, but then there's some that present a rational thought, but they don't, like I say, they're living in a 19th century world view, and we're no longer in the 19th century. Why should food or commodities be used as money? That's just silly to me. Why should gold or silver, which are both commodities, industrial commodities, be used and locked up in Fort Knox or wherever and not used as money? Why fiat money works just fine so long as you do it responsibly. If you don't, if you like what we've been doing here in America, combination of printing hells of a lot of money and running up massive federal debts, yeah, it's crazy. You're gonna get inflation, and whether if someday you get either Zimbabwe inflation or just Weimar inflation, it can go crazy on you. But if you manage it right, because it's the same sort of mentality that Marxists have, because Marx looks at the world as a pie, and everybody's dividing that piece of pie up. And if somebody has a bigger piece than somebody else, that's bad, because that's denying somebody the piece of pie. Well, if your money is based upon like land ownership and farming, okay, I can see that, within a country, the country's only so big. Unless you're the Dutch, you're not actively making more land. So it's that. But if you look at economies in reality, the pie can grow or the pie can shrink. So simply somebody having a bigger piece of pie than somebody else doesn't mean that it denies somebody else the pie. And that goes back to a lot of when you talk about monetary policy with the libertarians, they either want to go to the gold standard or the silver standard. And so if I have a pile of gold next to me, that's denying somebody else money because I'm sitting on the gold. But if you do the money supply as a scale to the economic activities that it represents and keep it at that, you can maybe not zero inflation because you can still have inflation under the gold standard, but you can manage it so that it is not highly inflationary. It's like 1%, 5%, and it can be various things like the cost of energy or whatever driving inflation, not just money printing. And so this is why I'm sort of, a little bit triggered when you go libertarian, because you're lumping yourself in with all these other aspects. But if you're simply a pro-liberty guy, I'm with you. You want to live the life more or less the way you want to live it. And like say, if you probably know, I'm big on the Second Amendment and other things, but also free speech up until criminal speech. And criminal speech in America is something like conspiring to do a crime, or calling specifically for like an assassination of somebody. Somebody should go assassinate somebody, whoever. That would be criminal. Not, I just wish some politician dead. That would not be criminal. So, free speech up to the criminality within the United States, because unlike the person running as vice president for Kamala Harris said, you can't yell fire in a crowded theater. No, you can in America. That was overturned. So even if there's no fire, I can walk into a theater and yell fire, fire, fire. That is perfectly legal under the U.S. Constitution. Whether I thought there was a fire or not, I can do it because that is not criminal speech, because we do have legally free speech here in America, unlike Britain, where they don't. But yeah, you guys can respond to the rant.
He's gonna catch his breath.
Yes. I'm just also going to quickly scan through the chat here. Vote quite surprising. Consider education and academia performances. Yes, they are indoctrinating, but I would say a lot of the young, particularly males, are going punk rock or whatever you want to call it, and rejecting that.
Reno is 64% in right now, and it is actually leading to Donald Trump.
What is
Reno?
The
second biggest city in Nevada.
That was lightly blue last election. I forget the percentiles. Let me see.
There was a comment that I think that I found earlier before I went to bed that was actually that put it right on the nail about like why there's more right wing people today. I just
think there's a distinct right leaning.
Yeah. So in 2020, the lead was 4% essentially for Biden in Reno. Right now, it's equal.
Right,
he's slightly reading Trump, which is a great sign. Great sign.
Hello, Doc Beaton. How you doing? Guess we kind of forgot how Trump let 1 million Americans die from COVID. One scenario I see is massive civil unrest rioting from Trump win. In that case, Biden could declare martial law. No, Biden will not declare martial law. Biden, like I've been saying, you haven't been around, maybe Doc Beaton. I think the establishment wants civil disorder. They want that.
I think I'm going to go and see what my friends are talking about real quick. So
Sure.
I'm going to go back.
Yeah, no problem. See you in a bit.
I'll still be watching the live stream, though.
Yeah.
I know Vegas is not. I haven't seen any info on Vegas, and I know Nevada is only 20% in, but it is leading Trump 57-40.
Right, and outside of Vegas, Trump is going to be popular in Nevada, but in Vegas is the big question.
Yeah.
The UK specifically, we have very specific issue of relatively high tax, and key issues being that our public services don't reflect the tax level. Yeah, there's a lot of issues in Britain. I'm sure you know personally how they affect you more than I do, but I get the big things there. Antifa and the other left-aligned groups, this is what Elizabeth's saying, are great at unrest. Yeah, they're gonna do unrest. But do notice where I'm sitting right now. I'm sitting in my secret mountain base. It's not like a bunker. It's just a base up in the mountains. And unrest will not get to me in the area that I'm in. So I'm specifically not in California because of situations right now.
All right, guys, I gotta go to get ready to go to work. I will try and pop the stream up when I'm there. So
okay, no problem. See you, Eric.
Take
Good
care.
to see you, new IKB. Good to have you here. Yeah. So yeah.
Hello. Can anyone hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. But no. Actually, folks, yelling fire in the crowded theater is protected under the First Amendment. I forget the case that it went up under, and that doctrine got changed back like 15, 20 years ago. So yeah, it is, unless it is specifically criminal activity type speech, you are free to say what you want in America currently under their Constitution. Georgia just went Trump. Yes, and hello, Marcus. Good to see you here. Yes, so we are now we're getting inching closer and closer to Trump's clear victory.
The legal battles of what is considered calling for someone's death is going to be interesting with after the 2 assassination attempts.
Right, and so yeah, and that's sort of, like if you say something like someone should, take out a particular person. I'm trying to be YouTube friendly here, if you know what I mean. Someone should do something like this. Please, someone do something like this. That would be calling for a criminal action. Okay, if I say someone should go buy some donuts, or someone should not buy donuts at a particular store or whatever, boycott it. That's not. I'm calling for a non-criminal action. So I can call for direct action, like everyone go out and vote, or no one go vote, or whatever, and calling for that action, so long as the action is not criminal, it is protected under free speech. But if I'm saying, we should all cheat on our taxes, I'm calling you to cheat on your taxes, or something like that, that would be a criminal action that I'm calling for. That would be not protected, because I'm calling for a crime, or I may be conspiring, like with the people here in Discord or the people in my general chat. I'm conspiring about a crime. Those things are not protected now under the U.S. Constitution and have never been. But so long as I'm going, hey, I just wish this politician wasn't alive anymore. Well, I didn't call for anything. I'm just expressing my desires that the politician isn't alive anymore. Or isn't in office anymore, or whatever. So that would not be protected. That would be protected under the Constitution. So you can wish that somebody was unalive, but and state so publicly. But if you called for somebody to actively do it, whether I'm asking an individual person to do it, or just generally calling for somebody's death, then that is not protected. And you're right, it can be if these people come out. There was a case in California, I think it was one of the desert cities, a young woman, a college student, but over the age of 18 or 21, I forget, but a young woman came into the city council meeting and threatened the lives of the city council members. And she's in jail. She got convicted of. Now, she just thought she was online and saying the revolution's going to get you guys. But the way she phrased it was enough that it was a direct action, and she went to jail over it. So, yeah, if you're calling for direct action against like a city council board group of people, the board of the members of the city council, you're calling for, even though you didn't specify by name, but that we're gonna kill you or something if you don't support Palestine or whatever the bullshit she was. She went to jail over it, and got convicted because, hey, she did it on videotape and live in front of the city council with the cameras and the recording. What who did it when. It wasn't any sort of, and it was clear language, and she just thought she was like spouting on a college campus. Nothing was going to happen to her. So yeah. Would you? Oh, you can join on Discord, Counting for Games. Yeah. Yes, please do.
If what I'm looking at goes right, Trump will win just in Pennsylvania, 90% in 51-47 or almost 48. So about a 2-point difference for 19 votes. And then Wisconsin is 10. It's 86% in. I don't know where it's not in at, but it is 51.5 for 47.
Right.
So most likely, if those two stay about similar, Trump wins with just those two states with 276.
Yeah. Yeah. Right now, because again, we're of the last quote unquote swing states, we got 4: Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Arizona. And they look like they're going, and I would say, even though, because we've now gotten 68% of the vote on Nevada, and it is 51% Trump. So, and let's look at the lean here. Yeah, and Nevada. So I think he's going to get Nevada as well. So I think, like I say, like I've been saying, it's clearly going mega Amish. Yes. Yeah, supposedly, and the Amish, I don't know a lot about the Amish. I periodically encountered stories or whatever about them. They often don't participate much in our world. They're one of these sort of groups that would not function in a real world that they had to actually compete in, but America protects them. So they normally don't vote much because the way they live, they don't really see national policies or whatever affecting them, because they mostly, again, live outside of our economy in a way. I mean, not by any means 100%, but they supposedly really, and they don't listen to TV and radio and the computer and all this stuff, so they just don't normally pay attention much. But it's really gotten into their community that things are going to not be good for them if they don't get out and vote. So it didn't matter what Trump was like as a person, how many wives he's had, and how he may have treated women in the past, and is he godly or not, or whatever values that very much may be big on the Amish viewpoint. But like Big D is saying, he just wants the government to leave him alone. Well, the Amish just want the government to leave them alone, and they're realizing that is most likely to happen under the Trump, and not, or have the government come and intrude on them if Kamala wins. And that's what they see, because they don't vote on things like foreign policy, going to war wherever or whatever. That doesn't mean anything to them as a community. So this is sort of MAGA Amish is definitely a big thing. So I don't know if Accounting for Games wants to come in. I'd love to hear your different views, because I very much want to say that around my YouTube channel, Twitch channel, Discord, it is not the Church of Gamer, meaning you do not have to agree with me. If you want to disagree, just do so pleasantly and have good, argue the position, be able to say why or whatever you disagree, because I want to hear opposing viewpoints. It is not, you have to agree. Just don't be a communist. I mean, that's, communism is just evil. I mean, it's, if you want more social welfare than I want or something, fine. I mean, it's not that you can't be somewhat left wing. It's just, communism. Yeah, no problem. No problem Accounting for Games. Communism is just evil. Okay, so yeah, this is fascinating to me. And so, what does it mean that virtually every institution in America has been anti-Trump? And whether we're talking most religious institutions, most social institutions, most entertainment, news organizations, whatever, government institutions, what else is out there? Business institutions have been highly anti-Trump publicly, and social media type groups, Facebook, Google and YouTube, Twitch are all, clearly anti-Trump, with the only exception being, X now under Elon Musk. Every significant institution in America, to the point that the United Auto Workers the membership vote something like 70% to support Trump, but since their leadership are basically come out of communists, okay, they may be just socialist or whatever, but they come out of a socialist/communist past, so the leadership won't follow the membership in their vote to support Trump. Decide, well, we're not going to endorse anybody this time. Fine, but so even in these unions that control the Rust Belt, and then like the dock workers unions that that recently struck, there as an organization, every institution in America is against Trump, and we're seeing Trump win. What does that mean to everybody?
Government money doesn't go as far as it used to. That's what that means. They used to be able to blackball you from everything if they didn't want you, which is what's the benefit of the internet.
Okay. Hello, Ohoishi. Problematic. Okay. Orange Man Racist. I guess you don't know much about Trump. Trump used to be the day before he announced his running for presidency. People like Whoopi Goldberg, Snoop Dogg, Jesse Jackson, and everybody else black wanted to be around Trump. Al Sharpton, you can find all kinds of pictures that he was the only white guy in the room at some, Black American event in New York or wherever, and Trump was often donating lots of money. So either they wanted his money or they wanted his sort of access. That nobody was accusing him of being a racist until the day he runs for office as a Republican. So, and you have people like Alveda King. Oh, I think, her uncle. What's her uncle's name? Martin Luther King. Yeah, so Alveda King. Now, he's a bit of she's not going along with some of the other King family members, but Alveda King full-heartedly endorses Trump. So, okay, so one of the King members. I don't know how much further I should go down the list and how many names I could pull up that are Black Americans that are supporting Trump, or other, like Tulsi Gabbard, who's a Hawaiian American, or at least, I think she would technically be mixed race, but white and Hawaiian, whatever you want to call the Hawaiian indigenous people. Some Polynesian or whatever the larger group, not just Hawaiians, but all the different islander peoples. So, all of these people out there supporting Trump. So I don't think he's a racist. He is a nativist. That was very, very significant term back in the late 19th century. Nativist, as in American-bornist, versus non-Americans. So yeah, but that's like everybody who's American versus everybody who's not American. So it's not a racial idea; it's sort of a national idea. I would have to go. And okay, how is the coverage in New Zealand? Oh, hey, yeah. So
hello.
Yeah, yes. Hey, yes, we can hear you. Counting for Games. How are you doing?
Hello.
Bad gamer. It's been a while.
Yes, it has. We've actually talked. Yes.
Sorry, by the way, for there's probably a bit of crossover really between my channel and your channel in relation to people that watch both of our videos. So
No problem.
first of all, let me apologize to anyone that is subscribed to me and the lack of uploads recently before I go any further. I've been really busy with work, and unfortunately that's taking up a fair amount of my bandwidth. But yeah, it's good to jump on quickly. I just wanted to give a bit of an alternative point of view, really.
Please. I do like to hear alternatives.
Yeah. So and this will be purely from an external point of view as well. So I look at this from a kind of British, angle, and I don't have quite the same level of understanding of the kind of internals of this,
but
right?
Big issues in America affect the world.
Yeah, and that's it. And me specifically, to give you a bit of background,
right.
I work in finance, so I get a lot of economic info out of America. I spend a lot of time. What happens there has a direct impact, really, on the wider European economy, especially, and even more so in the UK because we are quite closely interlinked.
Oh yes.
So I think the first thing I would say is that from a personal perspective, Trump winning, I'm slightly worried about what that will do in the wider economic markets, but we'll see.
Yeah.
But that's purely a personal opinion. That is no way a representation of anything else. But it's interesting, like I say, that I think it will cause, in the short term, I think it will cause people to be worse off. Now, you can make an argument that that is a problem with the whole global economic system, but in the short term, there are going to be impacts that I think are going to be difficult, but we'll see. I could be wrong on that.
I don't disagree with the possibility. I know I'm jumping in, but with the possibility that what Trump may do short term maybe get people worse off. I don't disagree with that as whether here in America or the rest of the Western world. That very well may be a short term consequence. I don't doubt that.
Yeah. So, but yeah, that was purely from a stand, point of view. That's just interesting. More widely, though, just on trends and things, and tying it to the UK. Globally, we're seeing a shift rightwards now. As everyone might be aware, I'm your local Hearts of Iron Free YouTuber that's maybe a little bit more left leaning, and I have a different way of looking at things. But it is undeniable there is a trend towards the right in younger voters under the age of 40, and I'm in that demographic myself. I'm not even 30 yet. I've been working for 10 years, and I've been pretty lucky. I've managed to get a job in a decent company and work my way up, and I've benefited economically over that time period. And I come from a relatively good background where I've been able to, and maybe that makes me more left-leaning because I feel like I need to support others, and I feel happy paying taxes at a higher rate to try and support other social schemes in the country. As a whole. Now, but there's probably a large amount of people that haven't been able to get on the property ladder, that haven't been able to do certain other things, where they feel disenfranchised with the way things have been since the 2008 crash. Right. And I think they've been left behind by a lot of left-leaning politics. Actually, I think the appeal of Trump is less Trump and more the fact that the left in America and also in the UK are not making a considered outreach towards people and offering them opportunity in the right way. I mean, to take America as an example, I think the Democrats have failed in this election to offer a strong left economic platform that supports people in America. Just my read of it externally. And I think they might have gotten pigeonholed into certain policies and certain aspects on immigration and things, and actually left the economic argument aside. Me personally, I'm probably economic left to centre. I'm a social democrat. I would consider myself mostly a socialist, but I'm a believer in the free market. But there are elements of socialism in relation to having public funded healthcare.
Let me try to explain to some people. What I think you're describing is because of what you're saying, you are a capitalist who wants capitalism to support a significant social welfare state. Not so much that the state owns the means of production.
Yeah, exactly. So I believe in the free, UK economy is a perfect example of that.
I'm just trying to explain it to other people so that they get what you're trying to say.
So the thing is, in the UK, we are not.
Let Big D let him speak, Big D, and we can talk.
Yeah. So in the UK, we're not communists, right? And
mostly, but I don't know about your current prime minister. But go on.
Well, what I mean is the Labour Party, right? Especially under Keir Starmer, is not a communist party. It is extremely centre in its positioning. And in fact, the latest budget we had, whilst it was tax rises, it was nowhere near as extreme as we were expecting it to be. We are not a communist state, to be clear. We are a democratic socialist state, and a lot of European states fall under a similar kind of category.
Right. Yes.
Now, in America, what I think there's a lack of is on the left in America, there's a lack of making a really clear and concise economic left argument about why you should try and invest in a better state and better infrastructure at what you would probably call a federal level and a nationwide level. So if I'm getting my terms wrong in relation to that. And the Democrats are honing in too much, I would say, on issues on identity politics, to be honest with you. Now I'm a pretty pro. I'm pretty pro when it comes to trans rights and kind of, you know, a lot of that identity politics. But I think that from a standpoint of making a appeal to an entire nation of people to take a centre ground position, what are the main things people care about? Immigration, economic stability, and what hits them in their pocket is the key, really. And I'd say the last one in there for you guys specifically at the moment is the abortion rights aspect. Now, you know, I think the main failing of the Democratic Party in this election cycle, if Trump is going to win, it looks like very likely that he's going to, is a lack of a clear economic plan that is substantially different to what the Republicans are putting out there. They should have offered something that was a lot more left-leaning, actually, on economic policy and maybe constrain some of the more identity-related and culture aspects a little bit more. And you know, that would have probably given them a better platform to win again. It's, you know, it's really interesting is what I'm trying to say.
And you're right. You're right that the Democrats almost virtually have stated, you know, as any made sort of push to the public, any sort of policy platform. The big thing is pro-abortion, and we're not Trump. I mean, that's really what they're doing.
I'm not sure that's enough in the UK.
No, it isn't. And and the reason I'm calling, and I know it sounds hyperbolic, but I really do mean it. It's sort of neo-fascism is what the Democrats are promoting now, because it is not communism in the sense of the state owning the means of production, but it is the state cooperating with the large-scale means of production, you know, whatever big industries you want to talk about. And they are actively conspiring to flood the American market with workers that are from, you know, completely undocumented to completely documented and can, you know, work for just about anybody else. And so they're flooding the market with cheap labor, which is why the UAE, the auto union employees voted for Trump, because they realize Trump wants to stop this flood and probably reverse it to, you know, get rid of most of these recent immigrant people, because they're afraid that they're driving overall job prices down, not just maybe in their particular industry.
You hit on a really key point, Gamer, and the key thing I would say, if I was a clever, so this comes on to the immigration point I was going to make.
Yeah.
If I was a clever Democrat, right, if I was a left-leaning member of kind of their strategy team, what I would do is I would actually, as a Democrat, I would lean extremely left economically to support the working class and put in some policies around Medicaid and trying to set up a decent national health service across America. How you do that, different question. But then as part of that, what I would say on the immigration front is I would actually be strict on immigration and say to people, like, because in theory, Trump and a lot of the people supporting him would actually be pro-cheap labor.
Well, no. I know. No, I would say it's the opposite. Trump Trump is one of his recent proposals. Again, Trump says a lot of shit, and a lot of times it may be unconstitutional or illegal. Or we should ban this, or we should stop this, or what. But Mr. President, you can't. People will pull him aside. You can't do that, and he'll goes, "Oh, okay." It's because he doesn't know all the laws. So because he's not a professional politician, so he often speaks before he thinks, shall we say. But one of his recent proposals is to get rid of the income tax here in America and replace it with an importation tax, tariffs. So that and his idea is to drive jobs here in America, in that instead of importing shit from China, you make it here in America, and that'll be jobs here in America. So he is looking out for an economic policy that is pro the American worker, as opposed to pro the American. But
the thing is, we're coming at it from very similar angles, except that the angle I come at it from is that I see the state playing more of a part in kind of uplifting people and supporting them for their base.
And here is that you're falling in the same problem that the Democrats are doing. Hold it, and I want to hear more what you have to say. But you just said a national health care system. That is a terrible idea.
Unattainable.
It's just a terrible idea. But what might be a good idea is 50 state healthcare systems, meaning each state does its own thing, and it could be just exactly what you might want to have happen in a particular state, but to run it at a scale of the United States, and this is what the Democrats, whatever the policy is, whether it's healthcare or something else, they try to implement it nationally, and whatever the policy is, it may make great sense for California and New York, but terrible for Montana and Wyoming.
The key thing, Gamer, I'm actually with you on that. So the key thing I'm trying to state with this, by the way, when I say at a national level to have a national health service, what I'm saying is that there should be a kind of minimum regulatory set that all the states have to apply to. How they actually implement it, I agree, it has to be at a state level if you're going to do it. Because the UK, right, and a lot of European countries, we've got populations of individual states, right, and sizes of individual states. So a national health service works for us in like our state kind of level and with our sizes of population. It needs to be done at a state level. But the key thing, just quickly to bring it back onto the immigration point, is if I was a Democrat, what I would be saying to people is we do need to have tighter borders to restrict the flow of people into this country to maintain your job security and maintain your wages. That is a left-leaning argument.
It used to be, if you looked at American unions in the 70s and the 80s,
but I think they
were vehemently against foreign immigration, and they would often, and these were Democrat voting institutions and people, would violently attack, physically attack immigration, immigrants coming into to various jobs, particularly in California, foreigners coming in to pick fruit and whatever. The local fruit picking unions would come in with, clubs and beat these people off of the farms because they were anti-immigration. The reason it has become very clear as people started to look at it is you will find in swing states, in cities that say had been 60,000 people in the city, say 20 years ago, and it's gone down to 40,000 because jobs have migrated everywhere else, that they have re-imported, particularly in one case, Haitians, 20,000 Haitians into that city. So now it's back up to 60,000 people, 1/3 foreign. It's in a swing state that they hope in 10 years to make that swing state solidly blue. And so they're targeting as much as they can to move people to particular state. And so I get your strategy. You are trying to actually solve real world problems and then go to the populace. Here's how we're going to do it. Where they're looking at strategies to win elections, no matter what it does. And the Democrats here now represent what I would call the managerial class, and what other people have been calling it, whether it's like your job, managerial in finance, or managerial in government, or managerial in business. It's the managerial class is what they represent, as well as the destitute poor, not the big American middle working class that we have here in America.
This is the thing, right? Is that, and this is what I'm trying to say. Like, I think that the Democratic Party needs to have a look at like what is the voter base that they're going for. You know, who are the people they're trying to appeal to? Because I think that there are left-leaning policies, right? And I'm generally, like I say, a relatively left-of-center individual. I think that, you know, I don't look at the left-wing policies as kind of, you know, in the same way that on the right of the spectrum, right, there's a rainbow. There's a rainbow on the left. And I think certain aspects have you know, kind of taken over that discourse, and it's moved away a little bit from some of the things that the average person kind of just doesn't care about. You know, it's moved on to things now that people, to be honest with you, you know, the average Joe only cares about what's in my pay slip, can I make my bills at the end of the month, and am I getting value for money for the taxes that I do pay?
Absolutely.
And I think in the American system, there is a general problem, and there's different ways of sorting that, right? I think the only thing that worries me about Trump, more broadly, and you've kind of hinted on this, is that he cannot be relied upon to keep any promises that he's made. So anything he says can't be relied upon. Okay. So that leaves it in a really difficult situation where even if you support him and you support what he says, he's so changeable to where he's liable.
And okay, see,
go back on
my analysis of Trump was, and I did not vote for him the first time. Now, I was in California, and my vote didn't count for president, whether I voted or not, so it wasn't a hard choice not to vote for him at the time. My analysis was, and I think still is, Trump likes to be liked. So had the Democrats embraced him, I think he would have been the biggest rhino, Republican in name only, and he would have governed towards the middle and would have done all kinds of deals with the Democrats. But since they, for whatever reason, whether they felt aggrieved or whatever, decided not to deal with Trump, to try to hobble Trump in any way possible. So Trump's only real two big supporting areas were the pro-gun and the anti-abortion movement. Trump committed to nominating hand-picked people to the Supreme Court that would basically overturn Roe versus Wade, and he did that. He sort of kind of flubbed the gun issue a bit, but he did that. And so the hardcore pro-life people are now a bit disappointed with Trump because he's not pursuing pro-life stuff, but he did do what he promised, is get Roe versus Wade turned over, which turns it back to the state. And he said nationally, I ain't going to support any national abortion bans. I will veto it. That's not my thing. Each state gets to go do whatever it wants to do because it's not a big issue for him personally. Whatever he wants to do in his personal life, I don't know, whether he's asked women to get abortions or he's just, I'll marry you.
Just based on what he talks about, there's a good chance that he'd have a lot more kids if they hadn't.
Right. Yeah, I have no idea. But, so, yeah.
And I'm on my phone, so the quality may be kind of shit. I think the internet also has a greater amplification of smaller groups, and I think
it does.
And I think because of how the internet works, the left saw that those small groups were somewhat really big. So
they appeared bigger than they were in the American politics. Yeah.
Yes. If they focus on on those groups, then they can even pull more voters in. So I think that's why they're
partially also what we're seeing is, and I understand what Accounting for Games said, that he is sort of pro-trans rights, and if that's all that it really went to, then it wouldn't be such an issue. But we have here in America two major issues. One is giving drugs that'll sterilize children to children, they're not yet 18, and in some cases against their parents' wishes. So you have this stuff targeted at children, and two, you have, why in God's name do trans people have to compete in sports? Why? Because we set up the whole Title 19, a federal thing that says that in schools from kindergarten to university, that if you spend $1 million on guys sports, you have to spend $1 million on girls sports, because there were football, college football in Texas is like mega huge, that they'll have $20 million stadiums for a high school, but they raise that money locally. But if you spend it on boys, you got to spend it on girls, whether girls want to do sports or not. You got to spend that money. So we do all of this to encourage sports for women, and then we dump guys because they want to be trans. Not that they want to be called, addressed as a female, or addressed as a female, or dressed as a female. They need to compete in sports, and now whether it's a contact sport or just like track, running around a track, but they've got to come in and they got to invade that space. That has turned a lot of women who might be against Trump for Trump, because that they're seeing not just, let's be kind to trans people, let's give them their space. And I could even say it now. I have a trans friend. I call him he, though wants to be called a she because I would deal with reality, but he's still a friend of mine. Not a close one when he comes to my home, but not like a close buddy. So it's not just somebody I vaguely know at work. I mean, somebody who comes into my home. And now he is, shall we say, a sort of conservative trans person, if you will, and I know is not pro all of these problems. So, so they've adopted, like Jan was saying, the sort of extreme elements of transism. And so and the Democrats have embraced this and say that there's nothing wrong with it. And, again, counting for gains, and I've talked to him before, he honestly thinks he's helping people by his positions. And I can respect that and disagree with maybe his positions, but I can respect it. But I don't see that in the American Democrats, that they're really trying to solve problems. I see them as trying to secure power. It's what I see.
And this is the thing, right? I think there is a general issue in, what I would say is America in itself is a very unique place. I will put it like that.
Absolutely.
And the way that your election system works, and the way and your stakeholders as well for elections are remarkably different, I would say, to most other democratic nations. Specifically, your voter blocks, like for example, the religious angle in America, right? In Europe and in the UK, we just do not have that same religious kind of angle at all. We just don't have that. So for us, we've got a very sectarian society. Abortion as an item, is very much, we always just see it down as to the individual, and women's voices are generally prioritized in relation to that. But there's much more of a morality and a religious kind of perspective in America, specifically on that one issue, which is drastically different, right, to any other nation, I would say. And therefore, because of that, you have a very polarized, just because of that, because the amount of your nation's kind of religious angle is much bigger than a lot of others, and that causes immediate polarization, probably more than any other democratic nation in the world. It's really interesting to me, to be honest with you, this election. I think the most interesting thing, more than anything, is that Donald Trump looks like he's going to win the popular vote, which tells me that as I say, from an economic point of view, the economic policies of the Biden administration have not worked for the American people, and Kamala Harris has not done enough to distance herself from those economic policies.
You see, you got to understand a couple of things, and I think about America. One, it depends on the state, but there's somewhere between a 10 to 20% convincible middle that you can convince to go to one side or the other. The rest are locked in. So that's who you fight over in the election, one. And two is turnout from your side, is to getting your side out to vote in the elections. So what you're seeing now, and I haven't looked at all the details of the numbers, but Kamala Harris got somewhere, when she ran for president, she got somewhere between 0 and 5 delegates before she dropped out, and she got shut down in a debate by Tulsi Gabbard, another Democratic politician who now is part of the Trump team. So she was that popular with the Democratic voters that she got basically nothing and dropped out of the election, and brought in for white guy Biden to have a diversity hire, a woman who was a minority. And then, so she's never been popular with any of the, Democrat voters, clearly. And then the Democratic Party institutions, once it became clear that Biden was not mentally there, which everybody really was seeing, but nobody was admitting.
It was shocking.
Well, because they've been hiding it. The Accounting for Games, you in Europe get your news heavily filtered, where a lot of...
May I just say, we all knew, like, the news wasn't filtering it. Like, it was projected that Biden wasn't up to snatch. Like, he was done. Like,
but from when?
Really early on, probably about 2 years ago. They started reporting.
And they could have had Robert F. Kennedy, a Kennedy. Kennedy is about the easiest thing you can elect in this America. And they shut him out of the Democratic Party process, so much so that he ran as a third-party candidate, and he's now dropped out, and he's part of the Trump team, and he's going to be part of Trump's government. So one of the Democratic families of America, Kennedy, the leading member of that family, is now on the Trump team. This is how racist and dictatorial he's going to be. He's getting a Kennedy as part of his team. But so they shut him out. They then stage a coup against Biden, maybe not against his current presidency, but against his next presidency, and put this Kamala Harris in, who had 0 delegates get voted for her to be president. The delegates had been voted to be Biden's person, but they just all switched their votes over to being Kamala. So she has, as a personality, and there was an earlier discussion with somebody, I don't know if you were here for it, I asked the guy, what do you like about Kamala? And he eventually admitted absolutely nothing. He hopes that she'll be a good president, but she had done nothing that he could point to that he liked. Women's rights. But I asked, what did she do for women? Nothing. It's just, she's a placeholder. So Trump getting the popular support, he has gone out there, positively motivated people for him. Kamala, no one is coming out to vote for Kamala. They're just voting either for the Democratic establishment or voting against Trump. And so that is why you see much more enthusiasm for Trump and probably a lot lower turnout for the Democrats.
I think there's two things in that you're bang on. So, but the two things I would say just in response to that is, I think you're bang on around the fact that Kamala hasn't been able to mobilize people to vote. And I think we had a very similar thing in the UK, but in the opposite direction, where our Labour Party in this country, our equivalent, I guess, of the Democrats, in a way, they stood on a platform of not saying a great deal, but kind of just being better than the Conservatives. And that was enough for them to win here. In America, that doesn't appear to have been the case. And the second point, although this is more to do with the UK, just because I've had a look at the chat, okay? David, this Islamic influence thing, it's really overblown. Like, the UK does not have it's not like Muslims are controlling the UK. They're an important part of the country, but they are a minority group. We've got a long history of kind of Muslim, Sikh, and Hindu immigration and all sorts of religions into the UK. It's a bit overblown, to be honest with you.
If I'm remembering all of the name changes right, David, do we know you by another name, David, or am I mistaking two people together?
But anyway, I just wanted to just say.
Well, I think
he's strong arm.
Yeah, strong arm. That's what I was thinking. David used to live in Ireland until a few months ago.
Okay. It's
I mean that's how close he is to British politics,
and probably, just to correct myself, I've probably made a bit of a generalization about Europe in relation to religion.
Right.
In Lithuania and probably in Ireland as well, it's probably much more of an issue. But just in the UK specifically, and some of the other countries
accounting for games. I have been developing, and I've been playing a lot of Strategic Command World War I, sort of because of it and thinking about it. World War I, I think, is the biggest tragedy to the Western world since the fall of Rome or something, however far back you want to go to it. And I'm sort of developing a philosophy of understanding of what happened, that we've sort of been talking a little bit about this, from going from treating people as people, that people started to be treated, and it's definitely in the gears of war of World War I, if you will, treating people as if they were interchangeable cogs
in
the machine.
On a sheet.
Yeah. And two, we went to arguing over formulas, whether it was capitalism or communism, or democracy or dictatorship, or this business structure versus that business, and this is like an American foreign policy, if we just established the democracy or the Constitution in a particular country, then everything will be fine, because if we put the right formula in place, like we have in America, everything will be fine. And so
you can't use the same template everywhere, can you?
Well, no, you can't. But instead of the idea of, is that country governed well? Is that person, whether he's a king, a dictator, an elected president, a president for life, whatever, is he running his government well, or is he an Idi Amin? It's instead of looking at the formula, and formulas matter. Don't get me wrong. Communism is terrible, and capitalism. I mean, nothing is perfect. So I can say, of course, it has its flaws, but capitalism is great. So communist countries will always do worse than a capitalist. A well-run communist country is going to do worse than a badly run capitalist country. But because of moving from the world that was before World War I, that really collapses there, we've moved into this formula thing to think that, personality doesn't matter. I'm going to vote for Kamala because either, like I say, not Trump, or, hey, I like the Democrat Party positions, so it doesn't matter who that person is in charge, who that senator, who whatever, so long as they spout the right, ideological formula, that's it. And so we've moved into this world, which I think on necessarily an individual psychology look, but a mass psychology look, if you will, is damaging our psyche, our psychology, that we are being treated, like the bureaucracy is treating us as if we are interchangeable cogs. It's no longer a personalized relationship to, we sort of have regulations, but your thing is fine over here because we looked at, it's all, does it fit the formula or not? And all of that stuff. And I see that I don't have like a coherent philosophy worked out on all this, but I'm starting to see this change from a pre-World War, and it was changing beforehand, but this is every institution, particularly in Europe, failed. Religion failed. The government failed, and so it didn't hit America as bad as Europe. That's why our religious aspects, plus various elements of religious groups fleeing Britain, particularly, that is why our religion is stronger than you see in a lot of the heart of Europe, because the religious institutions, Protestant or Catholic, all the government institutions, the business institutions, failed the people climactically at World War I, and the Western world has not yet recovered from that failure, that collapse.
Yeah,
and I think that is why the religious leaders couldn't speak in a way that was meaningful to the people of 1920 and on, or whatever whether it's the pandemics back then or the changes in society because from an agrarian to an industrial society in their country or whatever. They couldn't speak in a meaningful way to them, so people lost their trust in like religion and all these institutions, but it didn't hit America as bad. So that's I totally agree with you.
I think you're onto something, and you know, I'm going to be heading out in a minute because I'm going to probably head to work and get an early go. But Big D, I know you've wanted to jump in a couple of times. I just wondered if, because I haven't spoken to you before, I just wondered if.
Do you have a comment, Big D, if you're ready? Or
yeah, but so I'd agree with most of what you said. I actually wanted to ask Gamer because you lived in California. I know she was. What was it? The DA of California.
Yeah, she got elected as the Attorney General for the state of California.
And I was wondering what the people you knew thought about her as.
Nobody knew anything about her. She was just the D on the voting thing. Most of the voters know nothing other than is it a D or an R, and they vote for the D. Democrat or Republican, if you didn't quite get that.
The on that front, okay, in politics, it used to be good, right, to be relatively low key. We aren't in that environment anymore. You know, if you are a little bit more low key and you've maybe done a solid life of good public service, and you've maybe, you know, as a DA, I can only assume that she handled that role relatively well. Gamer, you were in California, you probably know better than me on that, but I'm assuming that she held down that office and. You know,
I think she phoned it in and let her staff do the thing. As far as I can tell.
Yeah, I mean, possibly. You know, I don't know, but what I'm trying to say
to me, she's another Keir Starmer in that she kept her head down and just went along with the system.
Yeah, I mean, Keir Starmer,
as opposed to Jeremy Corbyn, who was a personality, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. So Keir Starmer, okay, he's an interesting one because in the UK legal system, he's actually done a few things, and there's a few things that he's credited with that are broadly positive. I have some issues at the moment with the Labour Party and the way that they're conducting themselves, and there's a few rulings at the moment in our legal system that I haven't been particularly happy with. But you know, I'll park that for a minute. But yeah, it's been interesting, right, to talk to you, and just to give you guys an idea in the chat and on the call why I do this is I do like to come in and give a different kind of view on things, you know, from a slightly different perspective, and you know, I'm not trying to change anyone's minds on anything, but I do think in an environment which seems extremely polarized, where maybe the left is seen as being a little bit ultra aggressive on things, I do try and actively reach out and subtly challenge certain opinions on things and give an alternative, you know, perspective, and hopefully, you know, people don't mind that, you know.
I appreciate it because, again, like I've dealt with Accounting for Games before, but I like to be challenged, and I like my ideas to be challenged, and maybe I'm not, you know, I've definitely changed, you know, my life has changed some of my philosophies. Mentioning Big D, you know, before as sort of libertarian, I've decided it's not a collective like communism or Chinese, you know, collectivist just mindset, Asian mindset, but community, and you know, allowing everybody just to do what they want without regard for whatever the quote unquote community is, and that can be a larger or smaller entity, you know, Scotland, or it could be your local township or whatever, you know. I mean, whatever you gotta sort of look out for your community. There is a community responsibility kind of thing, and that's definitely changed in my life. But I like to have people that are well informed and can come and challenge my views. And if I can defend my views either in my own, you know, verbally to myself, you know, in a debate, or others can listen to, it strengthens both of our arguments and our sides, and it improves things.
That's where I'm at with this as well. So yes. You know, it was just a good opportunity because I saw you were doing this, just to come in and give some thoughts on things. So thanks for having me along.
You're always welcome here, Accounting for Games. Just
you know, I won't make a massive habit of coming on, and I generally try and avoid politics because I find it to be polarizing, and especially
but we're entering the age now that it's not escapable. There are such big issues, you know.
What I would say is I do wish you all luck in relation over there, you know, like hopefully what the Democrats and some of the things that he's come out with are just kind of bluster, and we don't have to read too much into them, because there are some concerning things about him, but hopefully it is just bluster, and like you say, it's been overblown. My hope is that he will be good, hopefully, for America, and will make it a more prosperous place for you guys. And
a lot of what you hear about him.
Well, we'll let Accounting for Games go because you have to go to work, so we'll let him go now. So
I'm gonna head off, but I wish you all the best. And, speak to you at some point.
Sure.
Bye.
Okay, bye. But yeah, you can say your point, but I wanted to let him go.
Yeah, I know. Like, I've seen it where he'll say something like, "This particular politician would be a lot less likely to go to war if she or he was the one being shot at."
Yes.
And the media will say, "Oh, he wants to have her in front of a firing squad." It's like, no.
They take all of his. They take, like I say, you only have to vote once more for me, and they take that to mean that he's going to be a dictator as opposed to just term limited out. They take it in the worst possible context, whether they believe it to be that way or they're just using that as propaganda. And yes, Elizabeth does, thanking Accounting for Games for views, and it's not been recently, and I know Elizabeth hasn't been around a long time, but Accounting for Games has grown his YouTube channel. If you want to follow it, it's a good channel over on YouTube. Does a lot of Hearts of Iron over there and whatnot. And from dealing with before, and you see tonight, he's an honest guy who is trying, from his viewpoint, to do well, and it's from the left viewpoint, as opposed to some of these left people that are just trying to tear down the right or tear down society. So where we disagree, I disagree with him on a lot of issues on how to get to the good place, but he's definitely, he wants to solve the problem.
He's like Niagara more.
Well, to some degree, I think Niagara is more right wing than him, but
yeah, but he follows the same ideas, or at least, yeah.
But Accounting for Games, to my understanding, really doesn't want to have Britain take over the world, where Niagara does want Germany to take over the world. So I'm not joking. Not that he's going to do anything about Niagara, but he wouldn't mind. He wouldn't mind round 3. Even though he's lost the last 2 rounds of the game of conquest.
He's been punched in the mouth.
Yeah, you're right, Elizabeth. So yes, and yes, seeing him crying into their soy lattes. Yes, and I've been watching the chat while he's been writing or while Accounting for Games was talking, and I really do. And hello, Tinky. Sorry I didn't say hi. Didn't want to interrupt Accounting. So yeah, we are. Yeah, yes. Your newspapers have been lying to you. Trump obviously is going to win this. I know some of the people are calling it already, but we have 94% of the vote. That means we have 6% of the vote out in Pennsylvania, and it is a 3-point spread. If that was the only state that was in question right now, he might still lose. But we've got Michigan here with 74%, and that is an 8 spread vote right now because there are other third-party people running, so that's keeping that a greater couple extra point spread there. We have Wisconsin that he's still ahead at a 4-point spread and 89%. So I think he's going to get all 3 of these states. And down in Arizona, it's close, 56% in, but he's just 1 point up, but that's it. And then up here in Nevada, which was thought not to be a swing state, meaning it was thought to be going Democratic, with just a slight hint that maybe not, 71% in, and we have a 5% So that is very unlikely to switch all of these enough. Now, Kamala is barely, coming it out in that sort of lead for Minnesota. So I think she's going to likely get a Minnesota. But it's, to them, it's just, there's still a swing possibility. And, of course, Maine. So that really, and, of course, out in Alaska, which would do that. So Trump has got this, people. They're not going to, not in all of these states, or in enough of them, pull out the 2 a.m., wake up in the morning, let's start counting these other ballots here, whether legit or not. And it isn't, it isn't going to be that way. Okay, Rocco asks, you think by 2028 presidential election, Vance is the runner for the Republican? Could we see him and the party win bigger than Trump tonight? Quite possibly. Trump had a lot of possible candidates for vice president. Had it been somebody like Tulsi Gabbard, I would have supported her for vice president because she would be helping, which she has been, unifying, people that were afraid to vote for Trump. But she would not be a suitable, I think, within the Republican Party, even though she's now officially joined the Republican Party, a suitable presidential candidate. I think she's still a little too left to actually win. J.D. Vance, I think, is, shall we say, Republican enough, conservative enough to be able to do so.
He's got a white enough smile.
Yeah. But I think he can do it. I think he has shown that he has the personality to stand on his own and win an election. Because sometimes you got to look at people like, you probably don't know the name, Dan Quayle, who was George Bush's vice president. He was never going to win a presidency. And you had Bush the younger's, what's his name? Vice president. I'm blanking on the name. The guy who shot the guy in the face. He was never going to run for president, and he knew it. J.D. Vance could be a successor. We'll see how he goes.
Did anybody expect Biden to win?
Well, I think a year ago or a year and a half ago, I think they thought, between the lawfare, charging Trump as a felon on a bunch of other things, NBC called PA for Trump. Very good. Harry. So that they thought they were going to make ineffective Trump. They thought they could put him in jail and they would win. Because had they thought that Trump was going to win this, they would have put somebody like Gavin Newsom or somebody else in that position to run against him. And they did not. Because they were able to coup Biden out by probably Obama making a phone call to Biden. That was probably the way it went. But however it would have gone, they could have just said, all of the big donors, nobody's going to give you money. You're not going to be supported. You're not going to win. So, Dick Cheney. Yeah, that was the name I was looking for. Thank you. And they could have done that, but they didn't. And then I think they started to wake up to the idea that maybe Trump is going to win against Biden, but they knew that RFK was going to be too dangerous. So they made sure that he could not be the Democratic nominee. So they, all the people that donated money to Biden's election, is it actually legal to turn that money over to the Harris Waltz campaign? Yeah, I know Harris was the vice president, but she wasn't the president. So there's even sort of hanky-panky on all that campaign money raised by Biden going over to Harris. Now, probably most all those donors wouldn't have complained, but that still doesn't necessarily make it legal. It just makes it practical, and nobody serious got into a court case in front of the Supreme Court in time or whatever. So it happened.
That would have been an interesting legal battle there.
Oh, as a pure legal battle, yes. Mike Pence was a doomed American politician. He is an he's an ultra conservative religious person who was willing to deal with the outer non-religious world just fine, but he kept his values. But because of those, he was never going to be nationally popular. And he won. I forget what state he was from. He won that state, and he was brought in to reassure the conservative American vote, or the religiously conservative American voter, that this New York Democrat who was, 2 times divorced or something, and on his third wife now, and whatever, was he going to be a suitable person? Well, you're going to have Mike Pence sort of overseeing it, making sure, and then the idea that he could come out in theory, because the vice president is their own man. They're not like a appointed person within a parliamentary system. So he could come out and start making speeches and saying, "Oh my God, this devil-controlled Trump is doing all these terrible things." He could come out and start making speeches like that. And so this made the religiously conservative go, well, so long as Mike Pence is watching there, making sure nothing too bad, and he'll sound the alarm if it does. And so he had no real future. And when he in the end stabbed Trump in the back, because there was in the vote counting, there was questionable things, that not necessarily that he shouldn't have certified the vote, but I think he could have made them make the case better, if you know what I mean. In the last election, there were a lot of lawsuits brought up against, about conditions on the election. Almost every single one of them, and there may be, maybe all of them, they were all dismissed on grounds of like standing. Or you should have sued before the election, not after the election, and that you saw that you lost. None of them, my knowledge, none of them were decided upon the particular merits of the complaint, whether it was correct or not. Because all of the courts, whether it was the Supreme Court of the U.S. or a particular state court somewhere, all of them sidestepped just about the merits of the case. So we never got to hear evidence presented in court under penalties of perjury. Whether it would have all been lies anyways or not, I don't know. But that really, especially on the right, upset the American voter. And this, with what we are seeing now is, I am seeing that calling him for PA, calling for Trump various things, as we're seeing this now, and I think it's going to be too clear, coming in a couple of hours here, that Trump has won. So lawsuits won't matter, because the Democrats will bring them here and there. Now, may change procedure for the next election, but it won't be. At least I don't see any significant lawsuits that will change it. Change the outcome from being something other than Trump being president. It might tweak things for next elections or blah blah blah, and it may be important, like you're saying, is legal matters being adjudicated in the court going forward. But that, I think, is the case. Okay. Don't see me calling PA. Just go back up. Yes, and hello, T2. Yes.
Hello. Hi, Gamer. Sorry I haven't spoken to you in so long, but busy life keeping the trains running.
Yeah.
One thing I wanted to add on the sort of Kamala Harris front.
Yeah.
I'm sort of going along with things that Accounting for Games mentioned when he was here, is that I generally get the impression that apart from the two big Democrat wedge issues on abortion and immigration to a certain extent. She basically hasn't given a platform. They've basically sort of left her as a blank slate to enable all sorts of different people to essentially project onto her whatever they want, essentially.
Yes, I would agree, yes.
Whereas, and having seen, the last 4 years under Biden, I think a lot of people, because Biden basically ran on not being Trump.
Yes. And protected by the media establishment, never questioned.
Yeah. I think a lot of people, especially those who aren't doing so well economically, have looked at this election and gone, well, okay, yes, she's pro-abortion, she's pro this, she's pro, supposedly, pro-immigration, perhaps more pro-women's rights, but okay, what's her position on economics? What's her position on foreign policy? What's her position on, what's her position on, the minimum wage or rent control?
Right.
And they're not getting an answer, and as such, they've gone, well, okay, Trump's giving me an answer, and I remember, people will remember that, well, Trump was president, the economy was doing, generally speaking, better.
It was before COVID, it was doing better than the last 20 years under Trump.
Yeah. Now, I said, I do think that they made the mistake of thinking they could do the, that they would be able to win this election by fielding someone on a platform of, I'm not Trump. I also, on the abortion thing, I'd like to add that to any Democrats who are listening in the pro-abortion camp, you had how many years when you had control of both houses of government in America where you could have gotten that enshrined in law?
Yes. They never did. They relied upon the court. The court case, basically, and again, I'm not a lawyer, but I understand the basics, is the Supreme Court looked at you have
to refresh the page.
Refresh the page, okay. Looked at, okay, still 248 here. Looked at the, you can't search, the mail or whatever, in the First Amendment, and they set up with the idea of a right to privacy, that you can't do searches without warrants, etc., etc. And under that right of privacy, the government cannot interfere, that with a medical procedure as abortion. So they created this sort of pseudo right coming in, and they did that to say, well, the government has no legal authority to get between you and the doctor on abortion. Oh, okay, so you can't make anti-abortion laws under this sort of right of privacy there. And they left it at that. You're absolutely right. The Democrats, when they controlled both houses of Congress and the presidency, and they did numerous times, they could have just simply passed a national law that says abortion is legal under these conditions, up until birth, or up in 6 weeks or 8 weeks, or whatever they wanted to define it as, and put it in as a national law, and they never did, because I think they also wanted it as a wedge issue, because at their hearts they don't care either. A lot of the Republican office holders in Congress and in the Senate and even the president, they wanted to get support from the pro-life people on that. So each side was using that as an issue, and neither side of the leadership wanted that issue solved. They wanted that sort of there.
That is my point exactly, Gamer. They wanted it there as a wedge issue to drive out voters. They didn't want it there as a point of principle that they actually held to.
Right.
Which is said, Trump has his opinions on abortion and he's made them known with kicking it back to being a states issue.
Right.
And has said, if you felt it should have been decided at the national level, you should have pushed for it when you had the chance.
Yes. And I understand the hardcore pro-life argument because they see it as murder. Okay. And if you see it as murder, and and at what stage, is, and we can look at viability or whatever, but if you see it as murder, well, then I understand why it should be illegal. Okay. Because it shouldn't be legal to murder somebody. And, so fine. You think it's murder. Well, then just get out and convince people in every single state that it's murder, and then you'll have every single state banning abortion. And, good on you if that's what you can do. And you don't need to use this is also what we see a lot of the politicians do with power, is that they may complain about, like I do often, oh, well, the Democrats are using the power of Washington to do X, Y, or Z, and when it should be up to the states. But when, like, the Republicans get in, they use the same power nationally. I am more and more convinced, and I was talking to some people recently here in the last couple of days. I don't want to try to, some of the people sort of know some of the people I sort of kind of mentioned, but several of these people, they think America's too big and should be broken up. And they think that whichever way this election goes, because this was, before some of these people were not well enough informed to think that Trump was clearly going to win. And you can look back at my videos. I've been saying this for more than a year that Trump was going to win. And obviously it hasn't been called on this New York Times thing yet, but we're still here. I think it's going to happen. That they think the U.S. is going to break up, and it should break up because it's too big of a system. And one of my comments at several different occasions, you're thinking too much like an American. And they sort of look at me. Yeah. Everything is just fine here in America. And you think, oh, well, hey, if we break America up into 4 or 6 pieces, everything's just going to be fine. But you got to realize we're protected by the Navy. And California's Navy or New York's Navy isn't going to be able to field aircraft carriers. We shouldn't be sending armies out into the sandboxes and the jungles of the world or something like that. Fine. But we need a national protection. The world is getting more and more dangerous. And if you look at it that way, California, like I'm betting that there will, within the next 4 years, I'm betting, and you can come back and tell me after that I'm wrong, but I think California under Governor Newsom or the next governor is going to come, because there's going to be, I think he's got 2 more years in, or whatever it is, but he's going to declare something like non-compliance to federal authority, including whatever the Supreme Court says. Not declare independence, not declare, the Republic of California. They were for, I think, 6 days, or was it 4 days, an independent republic that no nation recognized. They just didn't have time before they joined the Union as a state. One of two states that joined fully as state after the original 13 colonies did. It was California and Texas. Everywhere else had been a territory before. So California and Texas had special status, as Texas now was independent for like 10 years or something before it joined the Union as a state. So California and Texas have this sort of special status within the Union. But I don't really think even 5, 10, 20 years down the road that we're going to see the breakup of America, because the world threats are out there and very real. But we're going to see likely disruption during, like I say, during President Trump's presidency. But I think we're going to move more towards an actual, because ever since the Civil War, we've been gravitating towards a centralized system. I think we're going to move more towards a federalized system, in that the states are going to run their own issues. And it's just going to be big, more and more, it's going to be big things like, defense policy and the State Department or whatever running it, international diplomacy from America's perspective. Still be a superpower in that perspective, but more local control. And I think that's for the best. And hello, Cameron Williams. How can you be happy about this? Well, I'm very happy that it's going to be a clear result and that Trump is winning. I'm become a rather support. And Nordic Arms in History. What person, Nordic Arms in History? Where's that coming from? Norway's already calling it for Trump, yes. In other words, Eric, if you didn't know.
He's set to speak. I don't know exactly when, but Trump is set to have a victory speech.
Okay. Well, okay. Hello, Jeremiah. Trump is not a felon. He is not. He has yet to be convicted of a felony in his lifetime. So he is not. I know the jury convicted him, but the judge has not presented sentence, so he has not technically been in that case. He has not technically been declared a felon. So Trump is not a felon. Is he misogynistic? Maybe. So what? So
I watched the case.
He was friends with Epstein. He kicked Epstein out of the Mar-a-Lago Country Club and would have nothing to do with him. Yes, he knew Epstein, but he years ago kicked because of a complaint of a woman. He kicked Epstein out of any of his social organizations, his golf clubs, his Mar-a-Lago club or whatever. And Epstein was persona non grata at any Trump event. So is that a friend of Epstein's? I don't think so. So yeah, I think you've been hearing a lot of lies about Trump. So yeah, and if Trump was ever on Epstein's island or named in any of Epstein's situations, that would have been leaked. So since that was never leaked, he never was. Let's see what Tinky's saying. In modern USA, people will be more angry about money lost on betting than the actual outcome. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, no, I understand what you're saying, Tinky. So yeah, no, I'm very happy for Trump's victory. Personally, I think it's going to be the best for America as well. Like I say, I got this fairly new friend here who will rail against modern Democrat policies, but votes Democrat just because he doesn't pay attention. Oh, I haven't watched Fox News in probably about 4 years. So Jeremiah, I haven't watched Fox News and now I've seen a clip now and again, but hardly that even. Can't wait to get to work and see everyone fight over a presidential that's not ours. Yes. So I don't need Fox News. I can go outside and see the difference. Yes, Harry. My money means nothing now. Well, we are somewhere in functionally 10 to 20% inflation. And yes, that's partly Trump's fault. But I think he realizes it now and will not continue the bad policies. I'm relieved right now, people, because let's go over to this map here. We're still highly this again. This is the New York Times, people. This isn't Fox News. This isn't Newsmax. This isn't some sort of right-wing outlet here that's trying to, put the best. Modern Hitler
has 266 for Trump.
He is the opposite of a Hitler. Hitler wasn't for ending wars and freedom. So I don't know how you're getting this. Stream it, gamer. Oh, he's making a speech now. Let's see if we can find that.
The biggest difference is pretty much every authoritarian wants to take away guns and wants to take away the ability to speak.
Let's see. Who? Okay. Is it Fox News? Maybe we should go to Fox News. Fox News, are they doing a live carrying of that? No. Where's a good place? Somebody tell me where I should Google to get the speech. I'm a little worried about YouTube, but yeah, where let's see. I do have something here that may be able to get this up.
PBS News.
Okay, let me try. PBS News. NewsHour. Okay, let's try that. Let's see what we got here. Okay, here we are.
And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, we are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes. But it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Very proud of that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Now, winning the popular vote was very nice, I will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good. And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, were all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much. And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races, and I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them. And sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that, nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives. And I want to thank Mike Johnson. I think he's doing a terrific job. I want to also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady. Who has the #1 best-selling book in the country.
I got something to say after this is over, so don't leave.
Oh, no, she's done a great job, works very hard to help people. So I just want to thank her. But I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children. Now, we all think our children are amazing. Everybody here thinks their children are amazing, but that's a good thing when you think they are. But Don, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, Laura, Jared, Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. What a help. What a great. My father-in-law, Victor, is tremendous, and we miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia, don't we, huh? She would be very happy right now, standing on this stage. She'd be so proud. She was a great woman, that one. Beautiful inside and out. She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance. And his absolutely remarkable and beautiful wife, Usha Vance. And he is a feisty guy, isn't he? You know, I've said, go into the enemy camp, and you know the enemy camp is certain networks, and a lot of people don't like to, sir, do I have to do that? He just goes, okay, which one, CNN, MSDNC? He'll say, all right, thank you very much. He actually looks fun. He's like the only guy I've ever seen. He really looks forward to it, and then he just goes in and absolutely obliterates them. Say a couple of words.
Wow.
Trump does not need to do this. This is important.
Well, Mr. President, I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America. And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children. And after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
Thank you very much. He's turned out to be a good choice. I took a little heat at the beginning, but he was, I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets. And we love the family, and we're going to have a great 4 years, and we're going to turn our country around, make it something very special. It lost that thing called special. We have to make it so. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country and potentially the greatest country in the world by far. And right now, we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. Let me also express my tremendous appreciation for Susie and Chris, the job you did. Susie, come, Susie, come here. Come here, Susie. Chris, come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay sort of in the back, let me tell you. The Ice Maiden, we call her the Ice Maiden. Come here, Chris. Come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay in the background. She's not in the background. Come here, say something.
This wasn't expected, but I just want to thank, obviously, President Trump for this journey. It was a great one, and he's a hell of a candidate, and he's going to be a hell of a great 47th president. And this team that we had, the best team, and, of course, even my boss, Susie Wiles, the best. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Susie. Look at her, she's shy. I've never seen her be shy before. Susie. They're great. Everybody up here is great. Everybody up here is very special. But the Trump, who did you say? Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon. Now he is. Now he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together tonight. You know, he spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia and different parts of Pennsylvania, campaigning. You know, he sent the rocket up 2 weeks ago, and I saw that rocket, and I saw it coming down. I saw it. It was, when it left, it was beautiful, shiny white. When it came down, it didn't look so pretty. It was going 10,000 miles an hour, and it was burning like hell. I said, what happened to your paint job? He said, we've never made a paint that could withstand that kind of heat. And, but I saw it come down and turn around. And it was, you know, it's like 22 stories tall, by the way. It looks a little smaller than that, but it's big. And it came down, and you saw that fire burning. And I'm saying, only Elon can do this. It must be an Elon. And I tell the story. I told it last night. I had a man on the phone. I had the screen muted, no sound. I was talking to a very important man, happens to be here. And that very important guy, one of the most important people in, I would say, the country, actually. But, you know, I was president, and now it looks like I was going to be maybe president again, so I figured I could ask him to hold. So I asked him to hold. And especially because you're going to be president again, they hold. So I took the phone down, and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. It looks like it's going to crash into the gantry. And I said, oh, no. And I said, do me a favor, do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see this. I thought it was a space-age movie or something. I put the phone down. Bad part, I didn't pick it up for 45 minutes, and he was holding. But this spaceship came down, and I saw those engines firing, and it looked like it was over. It was going to smash. And then I saw the fire pour out from the left side, and I put it straight. And it came down so gently, and then it wrapped those arms around it, and it held it. And just like you hold your baby at night, your little baby. And it was a beautiful thing to see. And I called Elon. I said, Elon, was that you? He said, yes, it was. I said, who else can do that? Can Russia do it? No. Can China do it? No. Can the United States do it other than you? No, nobody can do that. I said, that's why I love you, Elon. That's great. And you know, when we had the tragic Hurricane Helene, and it hit North Carolina, they were really devastated, the water. This was a big water, as big as we've ever seen, water hurricane. It built lakes out of nothing. Fields became lakes, and the danger was unbelievable. And the people from North Carolina came to me and they said, would it be possible, at all possible, for you to speak to Elon Musk? We need Starlink. I said, what's Starlink? It's a form of communication. So I called Elon, and I'll tell you what, he had, and it was very dangerous. People would die. They had no communication. All the wires were down. I called Elon Musk. I said, Elon, you have something called Starlink. Is that right? Yes, I do. What the hell is it? He said, it's a communication system that's very good. I said, Elon, they need it really, really badly in North Carolina. Can you get it? He had that there so fast. It was incredible. So, and it was great. It saved a lot of lives. He saved a lot of lives. But he's a character. He's a special guy. He's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses. We don't have that many of them. We have to protect our super geniuses. I want to thank some of the guys. You know, we have up here today the U.S. Open champion. He's a fantastic golfer. He's slightly longer than me. Hits the ball a little bit longer than me. Just a little bit. Bryson DeChambeau is up here someplace. What happened to Bryson? Where is he? Bryson. Oh, he was shot. He's hitting balls. Oh, he's on the way. He's hitting balls. Bryson. Oh, look at him. He had a great, got a great career going. Great U.S. Open, Bryson. That's a fantastic job. And we also have a man, Dana White, who has done some job. He's a tough guy. So Dana started UFC and came to me, do you mind if I use your, nobody wanted to give him a rinse because they said it's a rough sport, a little rough. And I helped him out a little bit, and I went, and they said, this is the roughest sport I've ever seen, but I began to like it, and he loved it, and nobody's done a better job in sports. And you know, he's a very motivational kind of a guy, what he does. He gets these fighters, and they really go at it, and it's become one of the most successful sports enterprises anywhere at any time. It's doing so well. I'd like to ask Dana just to say a couple of words, because people love to hear from him. Dana,
please. Nobody deserves this more than him, and nobody deserves this more than his family does. This is what happens when the machine comes after you. What you've seen over the last several years, this is what it looks like. Couldn't stop him. He keeps going forward. He doesn't quit. He's the most resilient, hard-working man I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people. This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this. They deserve it as a family. I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the Nelk boys, Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn, Bussin' with the boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan. And thank you, America. Thank you. Have a good night.
that is a piece of work. No, he's really an amazing guy. But most of all, I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory like probably like no other. This was something special, and we're gonna pay you back. We're gonna do the best job. We're gonna turn it around. It's got to be turned around. It's got to be turned around fast, and we're gonna turn it around. We're gonna do it in every way, with so many ways, but we're gonna do it in every way. This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country. So I just want to say that on behalf of this great group of people, these are hard-working people, these are fantastic people, and we can add a few names like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He came in. And he's going to help make America healthy again. And now he's a great guy, and he really means it. He wants to do some things, and we're going to let him go to it. I just said, but Bobby, leave the oil to me. We have more liquid gold, oil and gas. We have more liquid gold than any country in the world, more than Saudi Arabia. We have more than Russia. Bobby, stay away from the liquid gold. Other than that, go have a good time, Bobby. We're going to be paying down debt. We're going to be reducing taxes. We can do things that nobody else can do. Nobody else is going to be able to do it. China doesn't have what we have. Nobody has what we have. but we have the greatest people also. Maybe that's the most important thing. This campaign has been so historic in so many ways. We've built the biggest, the broadest, the most unified coalition. They've never seen anything like it in all of American history. They've never seen it. Young and old, men and women, rural and urban. And we had them all helping us tonight. When you think, I mean, I was looking at it, I was watching it. They had some great analysis of the people that voted for us. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. They came from all corners, union, non-union, African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, Arab American, Muslim American. We had everybody, and it was beautiful. It was a historic realignment, uniting citizens of all backgrounds around a common core of common sense. You know, we're the party of common sense. We want to have borders. We want to have security. We want to have things be good, safe. We want great education. We want a strong and powerful military, and ideally we don't have to use it. You know, we had no wars. 4 years we had no wars, except we defeated ISIS. We defeated ISIS in record time, but we had no wars. They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. But this is also a massive victory for democracy and for freedom. Together, we're going to unlock America's glorious destiny, and we're going to achieve the most incredible future for our people. Yesterday, as I stood at my last stop on the campaign trail, I'll never be doing a rally again. Can you believe it? I think we've done 900 rallies approximately from the, can you imagine?
He'll do more rallies.
901 something, a lot of rallies. And it was sad. Everybody was sad. Many people, I said, this is our last rally. But now we're going on to something that's far more important, because the rallies were used for us to be put in this position where we can really help our country. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make our country better than it ever has been. And I said that many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason. And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. And now we are going to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill that mission. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me. This is a great job. There's no job like this. This is the most important job in the world. Just as I did in my first term, we had a great first term, a great first term.
No,
we governed by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try. We have to try. And it's going to happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that. I saw that in the first term when we became more and more successful. People started coming together. Success is going to bring us together, and we are going to start by all putting America first. We have to put our country first for at least a period of time. We have to fix it, because together we can truly make America great again for all Americans. So I want to just tell you what a great honor this is. I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
All right. I don't want to continue on to get the whatever commentary there. I want to say a couple of things. Let me first go back to the election map here and see Okay, so this is what it's saying. Okay, a couple of things about that speech that I took away from. First, when he was talking about helping the other senators and whatnot get elected, and hello, Dino, good to have you here. Previously, I would say he would be much more, I helped them get elected, I helped them do this. Now, he was saying I was doing, teleconferences or telecampaign events and doing stuff like that, but he kept going back to you, the people, doing it. So I do see a shift in his mentality. Sure, for Trump, the world revolves around him, no doubt about that. So I'm not saying he's come to some humble position, but he was definitely acknowledging more so the people generally in the attitude, and which I think this very well may focus or cover how he's going to go forward with stuff. But two, he didn't need to bring up Elon. He especially didn't need to bring up RFK now. I noticed he didn't bring up Tulsi Gabbard, but she's sort of small. And Ron Paul, a lot of people may not know who he is. He didn't bring those up. But he definitely brought up RFK Jr., and that he's going to be part of his administration. So that is a very strong signal, because he could have just omitted that and, not necessarily betray them in any way, but he didn't have to, bring them out or, talk about them in his acceptance speech. And I don't know, point 3, if you're at all worried about a future American dictator, the person to Trump's left, 2 people over, Barron. Barron. He should scare people a lot more than Trump ever does. To see your father get shot by leftists. Yeah, I know it's just in the ear, but another person died in 2 serious hospital. One, I don't think would have survived had he not been rushed to the hospital or something. He tried to kill his father in front of him. And he's fairly good looking. He's very tall, as you noticed, taller than Trump, taller than his mother. I think Barron, not Don Jr., not Eric Trump, those guys, they're going to be around Trump's administration, but they're not going to be successor people. And of course, Barron is nowhere near. I mean, he's like 20 something or whatever, 21. I don't know, but nowhere near the 35 years old you need to be a president. I think it's 35, 35 or 45. I think it's 35. So he's obviously not going to be running for president anytime soon, but he's the one you need to watch for a big Trump successor. That is, to me, he's standing around taking it all in. He's not trying to push himself on into anything. He's just observing what is going on, but much more so than I noticed in what I would say other, moderately young presidential children over the years. Whether you're looking at, what is it? Chelsea Clinton or some of the Bush daughters, they were just sort of there smiling on the stage. Yay, my daddy's doing whatever and whatnot. But no, Barron seems to be observing everything around him, which is, I find very interesting. And I
Can I cut in?
Sure.
What I do respect about Kamala is that she did not play the woman card. She did not well, she did say she was a woman, but she did not preface this hey, I'm a woman, vote for me because I'm a woman.
I think her campaign did that.
Campaign,
I would say her
Obama
campaign
did that, but
yeah,
I do respect her for that.
No, I think she just read off the teleprompter, whatever the fuck they put on it. I have very low respect for her abilities.
Yeah, I also do, but
I have zero respect for Kamala. I think she would take any path to power out there, and that's how I think, to do what she did to stage that, or she didn't stage the coup, but I think it was Obama's people that staged the coup, whether it was Obama or
definitely,
whatever.
But I do.
No, I think she would do. She used to give blowjobs to a guy just to get power. She would do anything to get power, because she, really, what? Again, I blank on names. A black politician in California who was very, very powerful, basically running the California legislature for years.
Don't come to me for that.
Yeah, I'm just saying. Names slipped my mind. Willie Brown, I think. But yeah, she is just a puppet that wants power, and if she had come from a different state, like Texas or some other place where the trajectory would have been right-wing Christian conservatism, she would have adopted that. I see her as purely a power play person. That's my perspective on her. So I'm, like I say, one of the not just that Trump won, but okay, we can do another 82%. We got a 6-point spread in Michigan, and that would get 15 electoral votes. Obviously, all you need is 3 more to win. Wisconsin.
That would be Alaska.
Oh,
no matter what.
Oh, yeah, true. Yeah, you're right. Thank you. Yeah, so once Alaska comes in with 3 electoral votes, Trump's got it.
Wins that, it's got it. He wouldn't need to win Arizona. What is it? Arizona, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Nevada. He wouldn't need to win those 4. He would just need to win
Arizona, Alaska. Yeah, Alaska will give 270. And so this is what I've been telling people that we may know tonight or we may not know in a week, but we know now because, yes, Pennsylvania, I think, is primed for shenanigans. But with presumably Michigan or Wisconsin or Arizona and or Nevada, with those 4 states still possibly coming in, Pennsylvania is not a requirement because obviously you got 15 electoral votes in Michigan and you've got 10 in Wisconsin. So getting those 2 states makes Pennsylvania unnecessary and make Nevada and Arizona unnecessary. So you can see that it somehow something has to be flipped because like Big D is saying, Alaska is a surety for the Republicans. There's just no, even though it's only 55% of the vote in, and it's whatever, it's going to go for Donald Trump. So even if they somehow flipped Pennsylvania, they got to flip 2 of the other states at least, because between Arizona's 11 and Nevada's 6, that's getting this almost the same amount of votes. So she's got to run the table and everything else and flip something, and that isn't going to happen. So there's no point in shenanigans in a pull it out. Yeah, Willie Brown. Thank you, David. Strong arm. What are your thoughts on Trump's upcoming policies towards Ukraine situation? He's made some big promises. Yes. Okay. What I think is going to happen, and it's sort of coming partially from what Trump has said himself that I've heard and from some of my projection. Trump is going to offer Putin a deal. Okay. I don't know what it will be. I don't know if it will be what my Ukrainian friends, my 1 or 2 that would definitely count as friends, other people, just Ukrainian people, would like. Unfortunately, like the Czechoslovaks, in leading up to World War II, they don't get a vote on what happens to their country. Ukraine does not get a vote on what happens to Ukraine. Sorry, guys. It's just the way of the world. I'm not apologizing for the way of the world. I will not apologize for the way of the world. But I'm sorry that you're in the place. I'm not sorry for the way of the world. I'm sorry that you're in the place that you're in, that you've been invaded, and big power players rule the situation. Trump's going to offer Putin a deal. I don't know what it will be. It may be as far as you get to keep basically what you hold now. It may be that much. It may be just, we'll all recognize Crimea as Russian territory, which we don't currently do, but you have to, and you can go back to your sort of original few territories of the Donbass, not all what it has now, but what it had before the major advance. It may be something like that, but he's going to offer Putin a deal. And Putin will have, and he'll say, if you don't take this deal, I will continue to shove resources into Ukraine. I'm going to make Europe pay more for it. They're going to pay much more than they're paying now. I'm going to make them pay more, and he'll say that, and he'll mean it. And so they'll have to pony up more. Europe will, and I'll bury you. I will come in so hard. I will bury you. He will probably also say, I will truly put serious embargoes on Russian products, not like what they've sort of half-assed done, but serious ones. I will cripple your economy, and I will bury you if you don't take this deal. And the only thing that will keep, Zelensky called off the last election. I believe so. So the only thing that will keep, and so I believe Putin will accept the deal. If he doesn't, Trump will become Putin's biggest enemy. Again, Trump doesn't want to start wars. Trump isn't going to start the bombing of anywhere. But now he will say, if you attack an American ship or something like that, you may get retaliatory strikes or something. But don't mess with us. But we're going to continue to support it. Now, like I say, Zelensky will have to take the deal unless, and here's the one unless Europe itself, which would include Britain, France, who might actually want to do this, Britain, France, and Germany, those are the ones that really matter. But if they were to come and say, don't matter what Trump says, we're going to, do everything we can, and we're going to, start recruiting centers in France for French volunteers. We're gonna start, we're gonna take over. We're gonna totally cover the burden of your war, even though America will not, because Trump will say to Zelensky, you take the deal or we're stopping all American support. So if Europe decides to go it alone against Putin, and that you guys can think of how likely that would be, but unless Europe's going to go it alone against Putin, Zelensky will have to take whatever deal Trump makes. So I think the only real question in Putin's mind would be crying, Shank, you're crying Trump will win this. Yes, of course he's won this. I mean, I know this map hasn't updated, but we can see, like he's saying, as soon as Alaska or Arizona or one of, and we can see, 57% okay, it's really close in Arizona, but I think he's going to take Arizona. That's sort of the feeling I'm getting here. Now I'm in a very, very red part of Arizona. I don't want to identify which county or whatever, but it's obviously not Maricopa County, but it's one of the other counties up here. He's probably going to get Nevada, but we could see, again, they're weak to report, but they'll probably be there. Wisconsin, very, very likely. Michigan, even more likely he's going to take Michigan. So Trump's got this. So the only question in my understanding of the world, so will Putin be able to survive in power with whatever deal Trump gives him? You know, if Trump says we're going to give you that, little bit of Donbass, not even Mariupol, but sort of that the separatists controlled before the big invasion, and we're going to recognize that, and Ukraine will recognize that as Russian territory, and Ukraine will recognize Crimea as Russian territory. So all the maps in the world get to be changed, and it's all legitimate. If he could sell that to the Russian people as the victory, I think Putin will take the deal, because I know Putin, and I've been watching some videos and reading some articles, has really been pushing Russia into a war economy. But I think that's partly because under the Biden administration and the people behind it, were non-compromising. I think they truly believed that they could bleed Russia white and have not Russia collapse, but have the Putin regime collapse. I don't think that, like I just said, Trump is going to bury him. Well, I don't know that would make Putin's regime collapse. He's just going to constantly, support Ukraine. I think this would this deal would be enough where the Biden administration, I don't think, wants an end to the war without Putin collapsing. I don't think so. What is T2 saying? There are voices that say such a deal break would be something Putin is looking for to restock and continue. Okay, yes. And is this something you think is realistic and is something that Trump would take into account? Okay, those are several very good questions. Yes. And I don't want to out people, and particularly one person who is sort of known around here, but nobody mentioned names, just because he has serious concerns about security. We'll just say that. That's exactly what they're afraid of in Ukraine. The people who actually think about these things, and there's reason. Trust me, there's reasons to believe that my source has contact with these types of people. Again, I don't want to specify beyond that. So this isn't just me dreaming this up. I do have contacts, some people out there. Not everywhere, not every detail, but I do have some contacts. They are not so much worried about what they of course want to defend every inch of Ukrainian territory, blah, 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 blah. But what they're really worried, not so much about the inclusion of this war, they're worried about the next one in 10, 20 years down the road. That they are very worried about that. So now, how long is Putin going to be alive? Is Putin worried about? Putin, I think, wants to leave. Putin is transactional. Putin is not ideological. Putin is not yes, he came up as far as we can tell in the KGB, et cetera, but he's not a communist. He is a Russian nationalist, shall we say, and he would like to restore the Russian Empire. I really believe he wants to. But he also doesn't want to collapse the Russian Empire. So he wants to leave a positive mark in the annals of Russian history to show that he did what he could to build back better Russia after the fall of the Soviet Union. If you take the Soviet Union as just a non-czarist expression of Russia, as opposed to some sort of international Soviet whatever bullshit. And so he wants to rebuild that Russia, just like Gedankin and other white Russian generals that wouldn't countenance the idea of getting support from Ukrainians by acknowledging them as some sort of independent state or anything like that, to get them to actively fight against the Reds along their side. Nope, it was all or nothing with them. And so Putin's a realist, I would say, very much so, a realist, a practical man, a man that lives in the real worlds of power and not just some sort of ideological tower or something. So he will, I think, if he can withdraw, if he can get out of the war without collapsing his regime, he will, yes, attempt, when the head of supply, a female general for the Moscow region, decided she needed to jump out of the window because, she did such a shitty job, basically, that she was corrupt. and she decided to jump out of that window, of the very tall building that she did jump out of. I'm not joking here. That Putin realizes now that he had a corrupt, hollow army that was incapable of winning this war that he thought he was going to win in 4 or 5 days. So it will be very much, once he's no longer under the pressure of the battlefield, it'll be very much to rebuild the army. Now, will Trump take this into account? No, I don't think so. I don't think it means anything to Trump. FDR, in some ways, is very much like Trump, in some ways, another Democrat. But FDR thought, this is what several professors have said that I've studied under, and I have to agree, FDR thought he could finesse the post-war world with Stalin. He thought he, in American power, was going to finesse the situation, and in prosecuting the war, he didn't need to take into account the post-war world because he was FDR, and he knew about the bomb, and and all this stuff, and so you got the Yalta and pre-Yalta and other conferences, Casablanca and whatever. He thought he could finesse the situation and put Stalin back into a box, if you will. I don't know that that's realistic, that he could have done it. That's what he thought he could do. Obviously, Truman couldn't, and neither could Churchill, though Churchill was always communism is more dangerous than Nazism, but Nazism is the fight we have today. And you got to fight the attacker today, however dangerous you think the other guy may be in the long run. So I don't think it'll come into Trump's mind. Okay, and again, I want to speak from the American perspective here, not the moral perspective, not the international, what's good for the international world, or what's good for Europe, or good for anything else. But really, Ukraine doesn't matter to America as a geopolitical interest. It just does not matter to America. Stability in the world matters, certainly, but Ukraine, whether it's part of the EU or part of the new Russian world, whatever you want to call it, Russian Federation or whatever, Neo-Russian Empire, whatever, it doesn't really matter to the U.S. What matters to me, what matters is, again, I know many of you know that I study history, and, that's why, all of my historical vids around playing Hearts of Iron and talking about the history, I see very much parallels of the Conqueror, particularly with Hitler, that there were moments in time that had bold action been taken, you could have contained Hitler. But since Hitler was never confronted until Poland, that Hitler kept pushing. So I do not see Putin stopping his expansion of Soviet interests, Russian interests, I should say. So, he got a check pushed back with Bush the Younger over Georgia. And so he had to retreat. Now, he's installed a pro-Russian leader that is won the last election, I know, but we can go how free or fair that election was is very undeterminate. And generally speaking, the populists don't like the pro-Russian leadership. That doesn't mean there isn't a minority that supports it or enough shenanigans to keep him in power. But so Putin is willing to let that sort of slowly, work its way out, like he was sort of letting Ukraine slowly work its way into being Russia until the coup back in 2000, whatever. don't remember the date right offhand. So Putin became militarily aggressive, so he needed to be checked. So from the American perspective, we've already won, because in my opinion, once Ukraine either fully fell to Russia or he was able to take a big chunk of Ukraine and install a puppet president into Ukraine, he would then start pushing into the Baltic states with his little green men, or his whatever they were being called. Basically, Russians out in a non-Russian uniform being infiltrated and pushing there. And then I don't know if he would have pushed, once successful there, if he would have pushed into places like Poland, because you got to remember, Poland used to be part of the Russian Empire, not the East Prussia part, but Warsaw and a lot of the other part was part of the Russian Empire. Would he have pushed there? Obviously, they were also part of the Warsaw Pact, hence the name City and Pact there. I think he would have pushed there. He would have also pushed in Moldova, because there's that little strip of land that basically is a Russian puppet state, Transnistria, or however you pronounce it, that's technically part of Moldova. I would say give it to Ukraine, and you let the Ukrainians go in and get rid of the ethnic Russians by sending them back to Russia, not doing anything else, but go in and clear them out and sort of have that river, the Nistria River, be the border between Ukraine and Romania, because I don't think Moldavia as a country should exist. Doesn't make sense to me. It's just Balkanization for no real reason. Just make it part of Romania and figure out the borders down there a little bit. Adjust the borders some, I would say. But that's just my perspective. So, and so he would have been pushing into Moldova. So once you got those, then he would want Poland and Romania, particularly, as buffer states, to be puppets. And then maybe not to be part of Russia territory or anything, but to be buffer states, so not to be part of NATO. So he would have kept pushing. So in my opinion, Ukraine has already won the war. They stopped the Russian takeover. Yeah, they can. Big territorial chunks are still occupied by Russia, but they won the war. They just need to stop the fighting. And then they need to build for the future. Not build for this war, build for the future. Build defensive setup. And I think the West has won, because I don't see, even if Putin gets to keep all the territory that he currently controls, I don't see Putin pushing in any new directions. I see that as the extent of, for the next 20 years or whatever, the extent of Russians' push into the West. Now, he might push into some of the semi-independent states that were former parts of the Soviet Union or something like that. He might even push into Georgia, which, again, that's really not in America's interest. Who controls Georgia? A tiny sliver country. Yeah, I know it's Christian and sort of wants to be Western and whatnot. So I like Georgia. I think Georgia would be a great, like I say, Christian, sort of small sliver state out there. I'm not anti-Georgian or anti-Georgian independence, but it is not, and I will get to the chat there, I see, it is not a core interest for the U.S. who controls Georgia. It's a core interest that Russia isn't expanding everywhere and everywhere and everywhere. So I think we stopped that, like I say. So I think that's what matters. Now let's get back to that. Let's get back to the chat here. What's Tinky saying here? I want peace. Always wanted it. Everyone knows I'm anti-war and do not like us sending guns and leopards. Rip old kitties. Didn't last week. Okay, well, I'm sorry, Tinky, you should not be anti-war. Okay? The anti-war position is bad. You should be pro-war with anybody attacking your nation. You should if somebody's going to attack your nation, you should be pro-war. That doesn't mean you should want to be involved in every single war on the planet, but I think the post-World War I anti-war movement is a very, very bad idea. Be ready for war what is, if you want peace, prepare for war. So thank you, Dino, and I keep messing that up. I don't even know I saved it. And so, it's not that you want to be aggressive. I'm not suggesting Germany should go back on the aggression tactic, but Germany should be sort of like Chile in their militarization and do all your militarized parades and have all your militarized forces and just waiting for somebody to get twitchy and come after you and then go smash them all hell in the face, So it's not like I think Germany needs to be aggressive again, but Germany should be militaristic. Militaristic does not, in my mind, equate to, conquestistic.
Thank you. Finally, someone who shares this opinion.
Yes, and so big strong military, and Germany should be Germany, march in lockstep, do the goose step, do all that kind of Prussianism, wear spiked helmets and carry big flags, no, not with swastikas, but big, fluttery flags and have all that kind of stuff, but also train like all hell, like our friend Fritz here. I don't know if you saw his video he posted a while ago. Be ready to go into the field in the moment's notice, as well as pretty parades. You don't have to go uninvited to any other countries. If Indonesia wants your alliance and you want to go help Indonesia to defend them, great on you. That's if you, again, as a nation, choose for whatever reason to defend Indonesia from, I don't know, like China or somebody, great. That's you going in like Germany had, through the UN mechanisms, et cetera, be invited into Afghanistan to fight there. That's not to conquer Afghanistan. It was to deal with this. And I Tinky's probably moderated her statement a little bit, maybe down here, but we'll get there. So yeah, so I am pro-war. That doesn't mean I, again, want to have the U.S. jump into every war out there. I want to see, like, there's one war that we should be fighting right now that we're not. It's the goddamn fucking Houthis are shooting missiles at our ships out at sea. Now, that doesn't mean I even want a single American boot on the ground. Maybe we should send in some. I don't know. And I don't want a nation build down in Yemen. I just want to blast them so hard that they never think of attacking a peaceful American ship traveling through the seas, because I believe in freedom of the seas. I've inherited that like America has that ethic from Britain, that we want our commerce to flow. If you want to close your ports to us, fine, like North Korea or wherever. You don't want us to show up, fine, but you don't get to shoot at us as we sail by, whether naval vessels or civilian vessels. And if you attack us out there, I want us to fight back against the Houthis. Again, doesn't mean nation build, doesn't mean send in 20,000 troops. It just may be, a bunch of cluster bombs over certain, areas where they have installations, and say, don't do that again. If you do it, we'll do more, And so I am pro-war when you need to have war, but not pro my country or whatever country just jumping in whatever war they can. There's a difference. So that is different. And I think, to a degree, Trump agrees with me. I think, I don't know, again, I'm not in Trump's head, but if American ships, civilian ships, are being attacked by the Houthis, I think Trump will fire back. He may not, but I think you need, peace through strength, and to show these, whoever they are, that if you shoot at us, we will shoot back. Oh, and we will not just shoot back one missile for your missile. We'll shoot back 20 missiles, and they'll be better missiles. So I'm pro-war in that sense. Okay, let's continue on. I think we will all have pacifist Europe up in arms. I don't know, because Trump's going to end the wars. Also, once there is peace, Ukraine will be in NATO, and that's that. Well, I think maybe part of the deal that Trump will state to Putin is Ukraine will not be in NATO, because they cannot join NATO without the U.S. approval. I don't know exactly all the mechanisms. I know certain countries, or enough of them, can have a veto and whatnot. But I think that might be a condition that Putin would require and Trump might acquiesce to, is no Ukraine and NATO. That might be invasion of Georgia, ring a bell. I think I was just talking about that. I don't know what context you were time. Yeah, that can happen. Okay, Elizabeth says Zelensky voted the most corrupt man prior to the war. I wonder what will become of him now that Trump has won and he's endorsed Harris on his U.S. trip. Well, when he came to the U.S., he did meet with Trump. Okay, and Trump had a talking with Zelensky in his last, at least I believe it was his last, it was within this last year. I don't know if he's made a more recent trip. Again, through the person I know, I don't know all the details, but I told them that Ukraine needs to be prepared for Trump to win the election. There is bad blood between Ukraine and Trump because they helped out the Biden administration too many times. This is something that Trump will not forget. The corruption files that Betterhead exist, and I say they Betterhead exist because if they don't, they better make them up pretty damn quick, that shows that not just the Hunter Biden laptop, but that the Biden family has been taking bribes from Ukrainian oil and other interests. They better find those documents very, very fast that would show that the Biden family, whether they're ever charged with it or not, but clearly shows that they've committed felonies. Because I believe they have, and they better find those documents. Whenever they were created, they better find those documents proving that fact very, very fast. And it would probably be best if it came out prior to Trump becoming president. So they better. Chimera, okay, not quite getting that reference there. And I think Europe wouldn't care. No, if anyone steps on my soil, threatens kids. Yeah, I understand it, and but you see, anywhere else, yeah. And this is this anti-war movement, and the idea that peace is a value. No, peace is a side effect. Peace isn't a value. National self-determination, defending your nation, the freedom of your nation. Even if your nation all decides to lockstep and take on the Monty Python silly walk movement of all Germans will at all times goose step as they walk around the nation. If that's your collective national desire, great. And you decide to do that, yeah, and don't let other people not let you goose step around your country if that's what you do. It doesn't mean you get to goose step into Paris or into Warsaw, just you get to do it around your own country or whatever the thing is. Obviously, I'm being silly here, but it's the point. You get the point. And so the freedom of your nation, whatever that means, your national sovereignty, and like we can see, what is the most, what nation in Europe is the most warlike? What European nation right now is the most warlike nation in Europe? Russia? Maybe somebody has heard me say it, but what nation? Give me a name.
Russia, if you count it as being part of Europe.
Russia would be. I would count Russia as part of Europe, but no, that's wrong. What's the most warlike nation in Europe? Come on, guys. You studied history. A lot of you have. What's the most warlike nation in Europe?
France?
No. Not Poland, no. What one nation, whenever there was a war, they were like, hey, yeah, I'm in. What nation was
Switzerland.
Switzerland, exactly. Switzerland is the most warlike nation in Europe, to the point that it was declared that it was internationally illegal for Switzerland or Swiss people to enter any other war. They were banned from going to war with people. the only one nation, and still at that time it was a significant nation, was the Papal States, were allowed to hire Swiss mercenaries. Swiss mercenaries were banned under the under sort of Metternich conferences or whatever, and later folded into some of the other stuff. Switzerland and the Swiss populace is virtually 100% male. They are the closest thing, if you will, to Sparta in the modern world, and that all their males and females who want to volunteer need to go in the army. Yes, I know they don't all males go in, but they can pay for the rest of their life. They have to pay extra taxes if they don't go into the army. And so they are so warlike that there was 2 world wars and nobody invited them in by invading them. Even, France or Germany, during World War I didn't decide to go through Switzerland. It was never Schlieffen's plan. Well, we can go through Belgium, which they have a bunch of fortifications, or we can go through northern Switzerland. No, we don't mess with Switzerland.
I mean, to be fair, Switzerland is also probably one of the most defensible countries in the world.
There are factors. They're not Poland in that they're flat, open, plain territory. There are other elements there. But Switzerland, the Swiss mercenaries from the pike blocks, when you really have the pike blocks coming in the Renaissance, all the way up through to the end of the Napoleonic Wars, you have the Swiss and they would fight each other. They would have to go on one side and half the group would go on the other side, and sometimes it was Catholic versus Catholic. They'd still divide up on each other's side, and they would fight each other.
Wait a second, I'll be right back.
Sure. And so the Swiss would join in any war, be as violent as everything. They were known to be rampacious. They were known to, not want to take prisoners. They were just seen as the violent, the most warlike people in Europe. And they have successfully participated in World War I and World War II by not participating in it, by going, you don't even fucking dare come in here, guys. Yes, they got terrain and other things that protect them as well as their national, military defense. But this is what I'm saying, is had Ukraine taken, and not because Ukraine is corrupt system, like you were talking about, Zelensky, but had you set up a Swiss-type system, because we can look at Ukraine as they have, over the 20th century, developed a national identity again with the Holodomor, and before that, the Russian Civil War, and the horrors that were there, the Holodomor, and then the horrors of the Nazis, and then the Bolsheviks, the Stalinists coming back into control over there, that they are not Russians. They are not going to be part of Russia. And if they've decided that as a people, and I think they have, they could start a national training for the youth and have everybody have a rifle in their home, and the head of each neighborhood would have a locker somewhere that would have a bunch of anti-aircraft missiles, shoulder fire things, and a bunch of anti-tank missiles that, what if somebody steals the key and get into it? Yeah, so what? We are going to have not necessarily lots of battle tanks and fancy fighter aircraft, but we're going to have an armed populace that will resist whatever invasion comes at us, which the only real big significant invasion would be the Russians, of course. You might get where the future border is going to be between Poland and Ukraine, or between Moldova and Romania and Ukraine. You may have to trade off some territory. But the only real national threat is Russia, not local interest threats on just where a river flows and where a border might be. But that, and have they do that policy and trust their people like the Swiss people trust, the Swiss government trusts their people with arms and maintaining them. And it's a different system than America's sort of free-willing owning guns. Like, it's a different sort of gun culture in Switzerland and America. I know it is. It's not the same, but we're both big gun cultures. But if they do that in Ukraine, it will forestall, in my opinion, another invasion, because they will be trained and whatnot to fight let's see what Elizabeth's backup. I imagine Trump will keep Ukraine as a buffer state, and Ukraine will cede some contested occupied territories within reasons. And these financial ties with Biden seem to be a driving force too. Yeah, Zelensky bet on the wrong horse on the Democrats. Because in my opinion, and I don't know all the facts, but in my opinion, had Zelensky and the Ukrainians early, not at the last moment, but early got out all of the corruption with, not just with Hunter Biden, the son, but, Joe Biden, who was running for president, but early on torpedoed his chances at winning, you would have had Trump in office for those 4 years, and I don't think Putin would have invaded. Everyone wanted, everybody wants to claim Trump was Putin's pet. No, Trump kept Putin from invading. So even if he was Putin's pet, keeping him from starting a new war, isn't that what we wanted? Whoever's pet he may be. So, yeah, they don't fuck around with any. Yeah, Poland's going hard for defense now. Yes, that's good. So, yeah, and so by war, like I thought you meant willing to go to war. Well, yeah, but you should be willing. If your nation determines that it's in its national interest to go to war, because it is best not to fight the war on your territory. Okay, so if, say, there is a war between Poland and Russia someday, whether that's tomorrow or 20 years from now, it would be better for German troops to get permission from the Polish government to come in and fight alongside the Poles and fight the war in Poland than wait for Poland to fall. Now, should Germany, I know I used Indonesia a moment ago, but maybe we could go some city-state like Singapore, which is right next door, or if for some reason it wanted to defend Namibia, former Southwest Africa, from say a Zulu-type South African invasion up into there, because hey, there's some remainder Germans, but also hey, we have sentimentality. And if your nation collectively goes, okay, yeah, this is worth the fight, then go in all on it. But you don't. But there's a big difference from deciding some wars we fight, outside, and going, okay, yeah, this war good, or for whatever reason we're going to go in. They're just saying never. I mean, it shouldn't be a binary choice, for wars outside of your own territory. You should be. Now, it doesn't mean you need to be involved in all of them. It doesn't need to be involved everywhere. But like Germany is part of NATO. And obviously, the U.S. got attacked. And so I think it was very appropriate for NATO to come into Afghanistan, because Afghanistan, we could talk all the details some other time, but supported that attack on a NATO power. So if there's another attack, so let's just say if Iran nukes Rome, okay, we see whether it's an airplane takeoff or a missile fly out from Iran and it lands in Rome, not in Germany, but Rome is a NATO, is in Italy, part of a NATO country, and Italy calls NATO to go fight Iran. The German army should say jawohl and start on in, because now it would be different if Italy was trying to retake Somalia or something like that, and then somebody, trying to drag you into its future colonial or neo-colonial wars, and you don't want to go there. But if they're directly attacked and they hadn't poked the bear or something, they just get attacked, Germany should be, or your philosophy should be, we've decided on collective security. That's my thing. The Swiss won't go anywhere. They sit in their mountains, cash within their banks, and shoot for fun with bombs. That's just because nobody's allowed to hire them anymore. I'm serious. I've had experiences and done some things and been some stuff that I don't talk about in the deep past. A few people have heard a little bit, but I went to a class for some reason. I went to a class that was given by a international lawyer on the international rules of warfare for people not of a national army, if you will. Basically short-term mercenary. And one of the things continued in international law is it is criminal for a Swiss person to be hired as a mercenary to this day. So if you want to do mercenaries, you want to hire mercenaries as Katanga or as Nigeria or wherever, you're not allowed to hire the Swiss. So that is why they're not ever involved in all the mercenary actions around the world, because they are still barred from going to become mercenaries. That you might be able to prove me wrong that there's some Swiss guy somewhere, but that's going to be very, very rare. Afghanistan disaster was Putin's green light, in my opinion. Well, the withdrawal, that is definitely not just that the U.S. was bogged down and it was still, conflicting, but that withdrawal, you're absolutely right, Elizabeth. Oh, yes, Germany would defend Polish border, of course. Yeah, I know, but I'm just saying, it just, you sometimes, you need to be forward thinking. And so, and this is why I sort of jumped on you, because I wanted to use you as an example, and I knew you were a big enough girl to take it, Tinky, that I don't like people with stating anti-war sentiment. Now, you could, again, if you want to say, oh, I'm anti-involvement in X war, some particular, fine. I mean, and if you, and I may challenge you on articulating why you are anti a particular, your involvement of a particular war. And sure, I would love peace to break out on the world and we never have to conflict again, but that doesn't seem realistic in modern, world that we live in. So, or even in any world that humans live in, that we have this thing. I agree, Afghanistan, but Yugoslavia was wrong, even though I was there. Okay, and Yugoslavia is a very nuanced situation, and so yes, and you can be against, and that's fine. That you think German involvement, because obviously they shouldn't have done a lot of things in Yugoslavia as it was breaking up. Absolutely. And you can go, I don't like that war, and I don't think Germany should be involved in it. And that's fine, because that is a defined position. Hello, Giga Gamer. How you doing? Orange face, raised eyebrow. Okay. So, yeah. And so, yes. And so I will use, because I know Tinky well enough to use her as an example, when I see something like this and know that she can take it. So, and I want to stamp out that sort of idea that I'm anti-war. No, now like I say, I'm pro-war. That doesn't mean if there's a war out there, I think we or people should get into it, or just, hey, two nations, you should just start fighting war just because. No, that is not when I say pro-war, it means, because to me, being pro or anti-war is like, I don't know how to put it. Trying to how to put this. Being anti-war is like, because people, political groups like Code Pink in America and others will use this anti-war as an attack vector on particularly Republicans. Being just generically anti-war is, I don't know, is like, I'm anti-air because it's polluted. Well, yeah, the air is polluted. Yeah, I'm breathing pollutants, so I'm anti-air. Yeah, but without air, you can't breathe. You're going to die. So without the willingness, the willingness to go, yeah, we not only have to be defensive in our nation, which I think much of Europe has, you are swindled by the enemy to disarm. Exactly. I think in the post-World War II era, Elizabeth, the Western anti-war movement was being swindled by the communists to disarm and leave the communist arm. I'm doing okay. Sure. Well, I hope everyone's doing all right here. So yes, and I think that's the thing. And this is, and those of you who've been around and listening about my cogs and formulas situation in post World War I, and the real I know we've talked about the Amish, and you got the Quakers and some of these other pacifist movements out there. Well, they only get to exist protected inside a nation that is willing to fight a war. No pacifist movement has existed, will exist independently on its own if that's not protected by warriors somewhere. So, the pacifist Quakers in America and the pacifist Amish in America, because they stay in America, accept that warriors protect their anti-warness. So, no, wait, I think we can survive without war. Maybe not struggle. Okay. Maybe bring back arenas, have national gladiatorials. I don't know. I think maybe the Waffle Houses. Yeah, I know you're sort of joking. But it worked in Vietnam. Public support waned in the West. Yes, exactly. Exactly. And, the U.S., we were winning on the battlefield in Vietnam. We had crushed the Tet Offensive, destroyed the Viet Cong as a fighting force nationally, destroyed it. And since 1968, which was when the Tet Offensive happened, it basically became the U.S. versus the NVA. The NVA moves heavily and takes up its fight, and we were defeating them. It was the anti-war movement here. Now, should we have been in Vietnam? Absolutely, because it's a binary choice in a Cold War. Should we have fought Vietnam the way we did? Now, that's where we can have a debate upon strategy and tactics and what might be effective and what might not be effective. But the idea that should we fight, because we delayed, we did lose Cambodia and Laos, but I believe had we not fought in Vietnam, we would have lost Thailand, we would have lost Malaysia, and with that we would have lost Singapore. So we would have lost all the way down to Indonesia. Indonesia, because it's islands, because it's populous, and it was kind of in the Eastern Bloc anyway, kind of. But that nation is big enough and whatnot, again, because of islands and things, to chart its own course. But we would have lost a whole lot more had we not fought in Vietnam and drained their resources as heavily as we did. So, we need to step in at times. I get that. I think I'm too old now, so I only step back. Yeah, I get that, Pinky. I do. I understand. I'm just trying to figure out, because humanity has shown that there are people out there, and I'll use the Mongols for an example. There are people out there, and I don't believe the one big change in humanity mostly is the open acceptance of slavery. I mean, we can talk about China, we can talk about some other things, but it really, slavery to be in existence has to be hidden in some way or another. Maybe just with euphemisms, but it has to be hidden. That's the only significant change I've seen in the history of humanity as a development of progress. And I'm not talking technological progress, I'm talking social or whatever progress. So there will arise a modern version of Mongols, people willing to conquer just because they can, and they think it's a good value. Whether these, I could be using Vikings or some other cultural group, but Mongols will do. There will be a new Mongols arising out there, new barbarians, new whatever, and they may be sophisticated. Mongols weren't totally unsophisticated. I mean, they weren't like the Han Chinese in their sophistication, but they weren't, at their time significantly backwards. I mean, like I say, they weren't at the height of civilization, but they weren't hugely backward. These movements, these things will arise in humanity. I see no let up in that. Whatever the cause, whatever the reason, whatever the justification, religious, moral, environmental, or just, hey, we want your shit, and we're willing to kill you for it.
I'll be going.
Okay, Dino, thanks for hanging out. I'm going to wrap this up in just a few moments anyways, but thank you.
All right, good. Bye.
Bye. And so with that, I have to go. We have to be ready and willing, and don't have, I mean, obviously there'll always be people out on the fringes that are anti-war, but just don't use that language. Don't give into it. Don't, you could go, hey, I don't think we should invade any other countries, or I think we should only defend ourselves. Okay, yeah, that's, or defend our national interests, or reason state that, reason statements like that, but not in some way degrading or diminishing the warrior or the willingness of your nation to fight. And I think that needs to be stated. Elizabeth said, people give Nixon a lot of hell for bombing Cambodia, but social consciousness led to Khmer Rouge staying unchecked. Yes. Oh, yes. And mostly what Nixon was bombing in Cambodia were, well, I think entirely territories that were no longer under the governmental control. I could be wrong. I don't know all the details, but no longer under control of the Cambodian government, meaning, yes, on the international maps it says Cambodia, but there were no, Cambodia couldn't enforce its will, send in the military or send in the police to stop the NVA, etc., from moving through their territory. And two, generally speaking, it was directed against, NVA type targets, and any sort of Cambodian casualties were maybe known to be happening, but were unintended. They weren't the reason for the bombing. I'm not saying no Cambodians lost their lives or anything like that, but it wasn't the objective of the bombing. And the Khmer Rouge were so horrific that even the Vietnamese communists go, oh shit, these guys are nuts. We got to invade and stop them. So even they came in at some point. They were more advanced than us in Europe, though. That's the Hans probably. Yeah, well, I mean, you can look at and what dates, and I'm not great at dates, but if you look at Europe as part of Constantinople at the time, etc., I'm not sure on the dates of when Constantinople all, because it's right around that period that the Mongols were moving around. So yeah, it depends on where you are and what you're talking about. Yeah, nomads, of course, but they had rockets and powder, absolutely. And powdered food. Oh yeah. So no, so I'm not necessarily saying barbarians as in, modern day, primitive, because, there are, Africans that may know how to use an AK-47, but nowhere in their country could they build an AK-47. Now there are some developed, like South Africa and some others, Kenya. I'm not saying no sub-Saharan African country could make an AK-47, but most of them could not. But they know how to use them. I don't even know if they could make their own bullets, literally, if they even have the machinery. And if they're making their own stuff, they're purely importing the machinery and being taught how to run it. So I see them as sort of neo-barbarians. And yeah, there may be enough of them, and they may all get AK-47s and RPGs and whatnot, and start trying to storm someplace in the world, these barbarians. And if the world becomes too pacifist, unwarlike, unaccustomed to war, unaccustomed to having a significant portion of their population trained to fight in wars, it's just going to let the barbarians win, is my opinion. 10 a.m. Yeah, put the coffee aside. Yes. Okay, guys, and it's getting late enough here that this map isn't updating, but we all know the conclusion, whatever works out in a couple of these states, Trump's got this. Trump's going to be, for better or for worse. And I want to say, I don't know what Trump's presidency is going to bring. It's going to be good or bad, but I think Trump's going to make more of the decisions like I would want to be made than the other. So I'm very pleased that he's gotten it. So good night, IKB. Good night, Tinky. Good night, T2. Good night, Elizabeth. Good night, Strong. Good night, Strong Arm. Wayne. Just going back up. Whoever else might be still here. Good night, everyone. I will be streaming this weekend, I believe. The usual sorts of stuff. So if you want to catch that, I'll see you then. So see y'all.